All right, I forget where exactly we started off last week because I didn't read my notes, but we ended with the party deciding that they needed to do a stakeout after hearing from some of the folks down in this here southeastern landless camp on the eastern side of the river. So, Gale, Trail, Whale, Snail, Pale, Hail. What are your next directions?
West.
I got too much.
I guess that is true. I was gonna say I think we're splitting off, but I do realize that if we all wanted to get to this back to the other side of the river, we all kind of need to do it at once with the.
I mean, as long as someone is able to bring it back and forth across, which is Kleeck, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Perhaps. Well, if Kleeck's like over here, and we're over here, he doesn't know.
I guess my point is, how are you planning on doing the stakeout? That's something y'all should discuss. It's your plan. When we left off, it was the group was standing in the settlement still and was thinking about what they were going to do. They were standing a little bit away from everyone else after having, changed some lives with some gold. So, it's about noon, and you've decided after hearing testimony from some of the people in town that you want to do a stakeout on the ferry at night. That's really the farthest we've gotten to.
Yeah.
How you're going to cross back across the river, who's going to be where, doing what, when, why, and how.
Alright, so if we're going to be... So we're trying to stake out the ferry. Is there anything going on near the Imperial lands over here by chance? Just anything.
I mean, similar to the land in the west, you can tell that there's a lot of excavation and urban development, new construction, new buildings that are in some state of completion. A lot of new buildings and a lot of in progress buildings.
Okay. I'm going to look at the rest of the group. So, if we're going to stake out the ferry, what's the idea here? I was zoned out for that. What's the idea here? Yoga? Lucy? Do you have any plan to this?
I look at everyone and says, well, this depends on whether or not we think we should split up or stick together. If we split up, we have more eyes. If we stick together, we're more ready for a fight if it comes to. I'm not exactly sure what we should be expecting.
Well, roommate is at home. Usually to catch a murder, you have to think like a murderer.
Brightleaf kind of steps up and says, which side of the river do we want to watch?
Well, hopefully both if we are splitting up, but if we're sticking together, that's a different story.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea for one group of us to sit across near the Civic Center and the Earl's land, while the others sit here on the Imperial side. As for who, I guess I'm happy to stay over on this side. If Yoga, you want to take a couple to the other side. I know you said you had some sort of business over on that side anyway.
I wanted to be near the ferry on my watch. Sup, Bron? We're discussing how we're doing the stakeout.
All right. Well, I said I wanted to be on the eastern side of the river. I don't know if it's by the docks or just close by.
If we're splitting up, then we could. How do you suppose? Should we have some sort of signal if something happens and someone needs backup?
Well, I mean, do we even know what time of night something's going to happen? And what's you say you want to follow the ferry, but is the ferry going to be on the east side or the west side when it starts and stops? And I mean, we don't really know enough.
I was already planning to be on the east side of the ferry. Should someone else be stationed on the right side? On the west side?
Okay. I suppose. So, Bron and Yoga want to be on the east side. Rhea, Brightleaf, do you have any preferences? If not, it looks like me and Lucy would be on the other side.
I think I'll stick on the other side then too. I'll stick with Lucy. I think I should stay with you too, Leon. Your sister's people are over there, and they know you're here. It wouldn't do for you to be found without help.
Thank you. Alright, so I guess. Well, that's 3 over here. So, Lucy, do you want to sit over there with them or come with me? Since.
Oh, so
Alright, so I
Riley.
guess.
No,
yeah.
it's fine. Riley, you missed people discussing which side of the river they want to be on for the stakeout. Rhea said she wanted to be with you. Leon said he was going to be on the west side of the river, and Brightleaf said she would stick with him. Bron and Yoga have elected to stay on the east side of the river. And Kleeck?
Was he even with the group during this conversation, or was he still brooding off on a rooftop?
I was assuming that everyone was together speaking for this because it was like a huddle time, but you can be brooding if you need to.
Which side did Brightleaf take? I'm sorry, I'm looking at server stuff.
Brightleaf took the western side in order to keep Leon safe.
Kleeck will go do that too. He'll probably, his height advantage will probably give him a good way to keep an eye out for the elves that tried to kill him.
Speaking of, perception checks, please.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
I'm
I cast
I'm-
guidance.
Cool!
Somebody's seeing some things.
Anyone
I
who
am
would be paying
seeing all
attention is
things.
rolling perception. I gotta
Paying
open
attention to what?
I'm looking at Kleeck and I'm saying, Kleeck, since you're the one that can fly and reach other people, you need to make the people. You know, if something happens, if someone gets shot at, then you need to warn the other people as fast as possible.
Okay. I can do that.
Wow. Well, no one's gonna beat that. Okay. So as the group discusses, no one will notice as
No.
yeah.
I've been robbed of my 18. I demand a refund.
A good roll with a better modifier. I gotta open stuff up again. My sincerest apologies.
All good.
What was number 2?
I'm giving Kleeck a solid 2 head pats after after his response. Like, yes, good. Thank you.
He will
Alright, so
confusedly accept them.
your group will hear a soft behind you, and as you turn around, you'll see this fellow standing there.
Oh shit! It's a serial kill. Get him.
Fuck. It is a serial killer.
So
Can I,
Leon, you'll
tap
recognize this
back a little
person.
bit.
You've actually known them for many years. This is your sister's sort of like body protector, even more than a bodyguard, but someone who has kind of dedicated their lives specifically to protecting one person. And his name is Ethermeal Skywarden. And he seems calm as he kind of just stands there, and he's looking at you. And kind of cocks his head to the side, looks
Oh.
at everyone else real quick.
Kleeck took off a little bit, just putting like maybe 10, 20 feet between him and the stranger.
Yeah, he's not paying you any mind. He's paying attention to Leon. Leon,
Okay.
I have it right, don't I? It is you behind that mask, isn't it?
Who's asking?
You know well
Me?
who I am. I've come to give you a warning. Leave this town immediately. Your sister has been doing well. She hasn't had any outbursts in several years now. It would not be good for you or her or anyone in your family to get her riled up now. I
Ether.
say this for your sake.
Ether, you know I can't do that, and you know why. No, I wish no harm on you or her guards, but this has to happen.
That is unfortunate to hear, but I anticipated as much.
Can I make a perception check to see if it's just him, or if there's anyone else around?
You may.
16 plus 6, 22. I'm gonna use a roll for that. It's either a waste or it's gonna save us.
Right?
Yoga, you don't sense anyone else nearby. At
Okay.
least no one hiding nearby. You don't sense it.
Good.
So, what now?
Now I go back. And the next time we meet, we will draw blades.
I suppose so. You know, this doesn't have to happen. You and me.
It's not my wish, but it's not my choice. It isn't right what they did to you, Leon. But you know I have no place to stand up to her.
You don't have to. I'm just making sure that you know you don't have to be with her. You can just walk away from all this.
He steps forward suddenly into the gap between you, so you're maybe like a foot apart now, and kind of just puts his hand on your shoulder with like a firm grip, and says, "I'm sorry," and just releases, kind of pushing your shoulder away, and turns and just starts marching away northward.
I'm sorry too. Alright.
It's pretty obvious he's not making any moves to do anything aggressive. He's just leaving.
Nope. No reason to start anything either. Alright. I'm gonna look at everybody else. Well, that was intense. I guess back to it then.
Bron just kind of nods.
That guy had a lot of shiny stuff on him.
Yeah,
Kleeck
It's a
is still
shame.
looking after him, mesmerized by the shiny.
it's a shame.
Oh,
He's
he
not a
actually
bad-
doesn't have any shiny stuff on him. His colors are actually muted and blend into the trees very well.
What shiny?
His
I'm
his leathers, his belt. He had a bunch of shiny stuff on him. I think his knife was shiny too.
It's a
Uh, uh, it's not shiny.
not the kind of shiny you think, Cleek. It's just worth money. It's worth the shiny, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
Okay,
doesn't mean it's shiny.
that is correct. It's a
Do
shame.
you know him, Leon?
Yeah, he's sworn protector of Eve. I had really hoped that he wasn't going to try and intervene. He's not a bad guy, but he's sworn to her. So he's probably gonna try and kill us later.
Should we be wary of this on the stakeout?
Yes.
I don't
Well,
like being trying to killed.
well, I doubt they'll try after you. He's very single-minded, so if the group with me is probably gonna have to deal with it. They may come talk to you and ask questions, but I doubt that they'll be after you.
I'm looking between Lucy and Leon. I'm saying, Lucy, what side of the river did you say you're going to be on?
Yeah, whichever side has a mill off his place.
That would be the west side of the river.
West side of the river.
Yep,
Like
where the
God said.
civic center is.
All right. So
Wait,
I
I thought
guess
I had
Well-
my directions mixed up.
Ah,
I thought
left
this was
is west, right is east.
this is correct.
I don't know what I said earlier, but I meant west then because I wanted to be on this side.
Go ahead and drop your token onto the map and place it on the side of the river that you would like to be on.
You know what? That's very smart.
That's the better option here. Yeah. Token, why are you taking so long?
I'll go
Yoink.
ahead and take care of the your buddies.
It
Oh, there's
did not drop. You hate me. Why does Roll20 not love me?
it must love you.
Do we have anyone staying on the right
I
side
can
of the river besides
switch.
Bro?
Don't worry, guys. I'll hold this beach with everything I have.
I mean, I figure if everyone's going to take the west then and Bron's alone, then Brightleaf might stick with Bron to keep him alive.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I was about to say,
Kleeck will probably go to that side too. Since we got three other people over here, he can do what he wants to do on either side.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell the deal is. My token is fighting me.
All right, I'll drop a token for you. Sorry about that.
It's fine. Roll20 has never liked me.
Sometimes it really do be like that.
It do.
Controlled by Leon.
okay, so
There you go.
Lucy.
Gracias, mi amigo.
That should do it.
All right. Okay. Kind of having the positions in my head now. I say, me and Leon will be close by, and Lucy and Ray, you should be far away from us, somewhere around here.
You don't like us hanging out with you, Yoga?
I kind of chuckle and I say, just making sure we have enough eyes everywhere.
All right then. I mean, they said to do it at night, so should we cross back over to the other side of the river and just meet it either side of the ferry terminal at nightfall?
I think it's probably best that if we're going to be split like this, it's probably better that Lucy and Rhea keep on the outskirts of the uh area. Me and Yoga should stay on the inside. Uh, it's better that you two probably keep eyes on back alleys and anyone doing anything suspicious on the outskirts. Somewhere between the mayor's house, Sun Willow, my sisters, and the Earls.
Oh, I need to add a character exclamation. Where are you wanting us to be?
Me and Yoga stay here, but Rhea and Lucy should probably stay somewhere in this area, like from here to here.
What's the tallest building we can see?
The tallest building you can see would probably be something in the civic center. A lot of the different like mansions and stuff are spaced out. So if you're just looking for a tall tower or something, probably something attached to the civic center is going to be your best bet.
Okay, now I got that. Back to in character, I say, I kind of look a little confused. I'm like, Leon, we're supposedly supposed to be watching this ferry. I think they should be close to the river, don't you think?
Well, if this guy's been getting away with killing as much as he has, he probably knows what he's doing as far as avoiding the guards. So having us here to look out for suspicious folk and call out if we need them is good, but having them watching back alleys near the area covers more ground and it covers a high traffic area.
Yoga still doesn't look sold, but he just kind of looks at these two and says, "Position yourselves wherever you want to."
Yeah, that works too.
On a rooftop, got it.
Climbing's easy.
We need to.
Climbing's really easy for one of those two. It's not Rhea.
Rhea's a thief rogue.
Are you sure? Yoga, you ever seen me climb something?
Wait, didn't you fall off a building like 2 days ago?
Did I? I don't think I did.
Whatever. Go do your thing.
I feel like I remember
ready?
that. Did I land on my head?
Yeah, you two go. Go and get ready. There's no telling when he'll strike or when he'll be ready.
All right, Lacey. Hey, but we should cross the river first, right?
Yes, we should. Kleeck, Brightleaf, Bron, you said you were going to stay over here?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Who
Right,
keeps
so
the
you-
ring?
Well, if we're going to use... we are using the ferry, correct?
You know, it was kind of like, the ferry was kind of expensive, and honestly, crossing the river seemed convenient, but I can take the ferry back.
Well...
I'm looking more at Braun to see if he wants to give the ring or if he prefers to take the ferry.
I'm up for handing over the ring.
Alright, I guess we can skip the ferry ride and just walk with the ring. Kleeck, would you give us a hand with that? Flying it back and forth?
Yeah. Before we start doing that, I do have one question.
Yes.
What are we doing with steak?
What?
I don't understand what... Steak?
Stakeout.
Yeah?
Kleeck, it's like hunting.
Yeah. You're
It's when you
hunting
get
for,
up really, really early and you watch and wait.
You're hunting for suspicious people.
Oh. I don't really hunt that way, but I get it. Still don't know what it has to do with steak, but I get it!
Okay, as long as you get it, Kleeck. Brightleaf, please keep an eye on him.
He's fine.
Okay. Alright. So, Kleeck, if you'll give us a hand running this ring back and forth for the next little while, that'd be great.
He's gonna give a mock salute and start to fall out of the air as he tries to do it. Ah!
All right. So, if you're going to go ahead and start doing the crossing at the same point as before, considering you're kind of in like this general area right here, anyways, somewhere between here and here. If you head back to the same crossing point, it'll take you, maybe like an hour of handing it back and forth, so that Leon, Yoga, Lucy, and Rhea can cross the river, and then I don't know what order we go in. What order are we going in? Doesn't matter. Whoever goes last. Do you give the ring to Kleeck to take back? So they can have it on the other side of the
that's
river?
actually easy enough. Out of respect,
Yeah.
I'd probably say yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's
Yeah.
Bron's ring, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Bron gets the ring.
Well, that's the thing, is how do you get back across then without it?
Yeah.
You're just like, whatever.
Whatever,
Well-
I'll go last.
I don't think the four of us don't need to get back across unless they have something they want to do on the right side.
That's my point. The people on the east side need a way to get back. People on the west side
Oh.
already are on the side with the boat.
So yeah, just give it
Kleeck?
back to Bron.
Yeah, so give it back to Bron and let him do his thing.
All right.
I mean, also I think we kind of figured out that no one's wanted, we think, so the ferry wouldn't be the end of the world. This was just cheaper.
It's true. Just took a little bit more time. All right, so Rhea, Lucy, Leon, Yoga, as you reconvene on the west side of the river in the northeast portion of Lorgner land, go ahead and roll either. Are you trying to be stealthy, or are you just gathering on the shore?
Think it's best we be stealthy about this, considering we just got that warning.
Then roll stealth as you travel through the underbrush, back up the bank, around the wall that juts out of the side, and into the river a little bit. I want everyone on the west side of the river, so Lucy, Rhea, Yoga, and Leon to roll stealth.
Are we
Should I
stealthing?
also
Is this
roll
stealth or
this as I fly along?
If you're flying with them on the west side of the river, you would also be stealth. If you're being stealthy.
I had to go with them to get the ring back, I would think.
I'm asking?
This is as they're heading back, not while you're crossing the river.
Okay,
Okay.
because
When Kleeck's not there.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna actually announce that I'm staying at least over here for a little bit, so I can see if I can find Lorgner at his house.
Oh, so you're not being stealthy. That's fine.
Yeah, I won't be, but they'll be away from me. So.
No, that's good to know.
So yeah, I announced to them as I'll catch you guys later. I have some business with Duke Lorgner that I hope to get some value out of.
Okay. Just meet us back over, I guess, whenever you're ready.
Leon, I'll meet you next to the ferry around.
Oh, we did!
Right.
So Lucy, Leon, and Rhea all leave the woods, and pretty shortly after you hear footsteps of them leave, Yoga, two woodsmen with, kind of like bandanas tied around their mouths kind of step out of the trees nearby, and they're like, "Are you looking for the Duke?"
Oh, yes, actually. Thank you. Do you know where he is? Was he home?
They eye you suspiciously. Why is a creature such as yourself here?
A friend gave me a tip that Lorgner would know the laws of the land and would be willing to talk about them.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage, because you said a magic word.
Aha! I really wish I had that 16 now.
Was the,
Womp womp.
was the magic word law or friend?
It was. It was law.
Yeesh.
They seem a little nonplussed. Would say, "What would a turtle wish to speak about with the lawmaster?"
Can I get a moment to think about this?
You can, and we will end cut scene there to go back to Leon, Rhea, and Lucy as they exit the Lorgner lands and head northward along the riverbank back towards the civic center. Hey, Lucy, are you hungry? I'm hungry. I guess you're probably not hungry because I guess you ate earlier, but I'm hungry. Should we stop at the boat or should we get something in the city?
Stop by the boat. And then go to the city.
It is. It's the docks are right next to the civic center, so it's all close together. Leon, what are you gonna do?
I ate earlier. I guess, I haven't thought about this. I guess I should probably, hang out near the docks. I'll hang around the docks and, wait for you two to finish. And
All right.
we'll just head over after.
Yeah, we'll see you around there. If you're looking for us, stop at the boat and we'll do the same, right, Lucy?
Yes.
All right, and we should get into position, and we'll see you around. Well, bye, Leon. And she kind of grabs Lucy's hand and runs off towards the docks, towards the boat.
Oh,
And we
okay,
run.
bye.
All right, so onto the east side of the river, where Kleeck, Brightleaf, and Bron are left. Their positions are actually wrong. They would be more standing down here somewhere. In any case, Brightleaf looks to both of you. What next?
We're not staking out yet, right?
Nah, not just yet.
Then probably just go into the woods. Try and familiarize myself with the area and maybe gather some stuff.
I haven't even seen the ferry. What does it look like? Is it like the one we rode to get to Answerim?
Have I seen it flying above? I assume I have, yeah.
You would likely have seen it flying above the town. There's only one of them.
Can I describe it then to her? As best I can, I should say.
Yeah, it's
I know Bron has seen it.
it's like a little. The way Kleeck would probably describe it is like a small island attached to a metal rope that pulls across the river.
It's nothing like that. It's really small, and it's got this rope. It's weird. It's like metal, and they pull it. It doesn't look like a boat.
Has Braun been on the ferry? I know I wasn't on it last session.
Nope. You haven't used the ferry once because you've just used your ring to cross the river each time.
Yeah, alright. I can't describe it then.
Maybe we should go look at it.
That might be smart.
So this group is going to head north to the ferry terminal. And so as Kleeck and Brightleaf and Bron head north, you are going to actually go ahead and roll perception, the three of you. I'll roll for Brightleaf.
Okay. Decent
I cast guidance.
perception. Go! Hey!
I cast guidance. It's always fun to add. Okay, so 21, 21, and 18. So with that, you are going to, as you pass by the Temple of Light, you are going to see that same elf that you saw before, along with three of the bodyguards that you all three would have seen. And they are heading north away from the temple towards, it looks like maybe the same destination as you. They're ahead of you and haven't noticed you yet.
Should I fly above and try to follow them?
Can if you'd like. You've definitely noticed them.
Or I was asking my party members.
Oh,
Definitely.
Brightleaf just nods.
Then I will do as I said. I will fly, and I'll
Alright,
just
so-
try and keep track of them.
Are you trying to be stealthy?
I figure I'm just keeping a good distance behind them.
All
Not
right.
trying to get too close.
Then you will see them head slowly through the Imperial land, eventually getting to the bank of the river and heading north until they reach the ferry terminal. And there they will head to the booth at the terminal. You'll see the one who spoke with Leon hand over some money. They will board the ferry, which is on this side of the river. And Kleeck, you will now get a much better image of it here in daylight. It seems to be like an 80-foot by 50-foot wooden and metal platform of some kind that is attached to a chain at many places and has a number of winches that it looks like some burly men tug on and pull it across. So, you get a good view of it, but it looks like they're just boarding the ferry and heading back across the river.
I will fly down to my party members and relay that. They're going across the river. Should we be concerned about that?
Well, I don't know for sure.
I mean, Leon's over there, so
Well, what can we do except get on the boat with them, or we could warn Leon? What do you think we should do, Kleeck?
I can go warn him that I don't know where he would be by now.
You could just wait on the other side until you see him, and then warn him before anything happens.
All right. I guess I'll go look for him.
Fly, you
Yeah.
fool.
I am flying. Flying, I tell you.
Wonderful.
Man,
Brightleaf looks to you, Bron, as Kleeck flies away. Shopping?
Shopping.
Then you head into town. So, this is a period of about 7 hours that you get to do downtime stuff. Kleeck is flying around to find Leon and tell him stuff. So let's go ahead and try and get Bron's stuff out of the way because he is shopping. So what are you shopping for?
Bren, really quick.
Yeah.
Have we seen a prison in town?
The prison you would have seen would have been in the Civic Center, but it wouldn't have been apparent. It's more that they have a dungeon somewhere attached to the Civic Center.
Okay.
It's probably also attached to the barracks, but again, you've been to like the front area, but you haven't gone into the depths of everything.
That'll be a question then. All right, I'm a little bit more prepared, but we can let Bron do his thing.
Sure. Bron, are you ready to do shopping, or do you need a minute?
I'm ready.
Okay. Well, what are you looking for? What kind of store?
Some kind of blacksmith or armorer kind of store where I can sell this shit I got from the Dead Elf.
All right, roll a perception check real quick with advantage because you have help, because you have someone shopping with you. Cool, 18 will
18.
easily do it. You can find a couple different blacksmiths, especially on Imperial land, where it seems more of a like a business district. Like there's a lot of businesses here. You see a number of development firms, blacksmiths. You see grocers. You see some markets, all sorts of different things. So easy to find blacksmiths. What are you looking to buy or sell?
I'm looking to sell all this stuff from the Dead Elf. So arrows, longbow, longsword.
Okay. So the longbow is of a nice make. So you end up getting offered 28 gold for it. Let's see. The longsword. It's going to be the same thing with the longsword. It's a high quality blade. It's well crafted and it's elven, which adds a little bit of value to these humans here who haven't seen something as nice as it before. So they're actually going to offer you market value for the sword at 15 gold. And then what else was it that you were selling? There's a total of 43.
26 arrows.
26 arrows. One gold for 20, wasn't it? Or is it one gold a piece? I thought it was one gold for 20. That's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you'll end up. I think they're all in high quality or in workable quality. So you'll just get offered a gold for the whole set.
Alrighty.
So you get 44 for the stuff that you pay across the table.
Excellent.
Are you shopping for anything?
Yeah, I want to know if he has a climber's kit.
Climber's kit. All right. Let's see.
The heck is a climber's kit?
Wait, I'll link it.
D&D Beyond Climber's Kit, 25 gold, includes special pitons, boot tips, gloves, and a harness. You can use an action to anchor yourself. When you do, you can't fall more than 25 feet from where you anchor yourself, and you can't climb more than 25 feet from that point without undoing the anchor. So it's a way to not fall while climbing.
Or descending?
Yeah, actually.
Titans are generally.
I say 25 feet is not a lot to climb.
That's why you do it in a team. You got a flying guy. You can. He can undo him.
You go from that, then you hit another one and anchor yourself to that one, unanchor the old one, and you climb.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Titans are just big nails you hammer into the rock to give yourself a good handhold, an anchor point.
Exactly. While it's a little difficult at first to find one, you don't find one at the first blacksmith that you go to. You are able to eventually find one, and it is market value 25 gold for it. It's not that it was hard to find particularly, it's just the first guy didn't carry it, and there's not much need for it around here. You have rolling hills and grassland and meadows, a lot less of the rocky, terrain, mountains, valleys, stuff that you might be looking for that. But yeah, it's available.
All right, I was thinking like if we're ever on top of a roof or something, that we can hammer that in and descend down slowly.
Oh yeah, you could do some crazy like special ops stuff where you hammer it into the roof and then like go through the window, cut the line, and now you've you just tack rated through someone's window.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
Spec Ops Repel 1022 edition.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
So yeah, I'd like to grab one of those.
For sure. You're able to find one, 25 gold.
Awesome. All right, and the next thing I wanted to do was find like a fence or a jeweler or somebody to sell my my jewelry.
Okay. I will have you roll another perception check, this time without advantage, because Brightleaf has no idea how to help you with this.
All right, 11.
Okay. I'm going to say that in the amount of time that you have, you can look for it, but you won't find one. You ask, you try and make inquiries and like check back alleys where the typical kind of people that would do that sort of thing hide, or in your experience, and none of your ideas, none of your leads end up turning out anything in particular. At least not what you're looking for. You do find some scummy folk in a back alley, but they're just playing a game of dice for coppers, and it's just, you don't find what you're looking for, and it's a little upsetting, but not the worst thing. You've gone without being able to find a fence for something like that before. Maybe this town's just kind of weird.
Yeah, all right, never mind that then. I guess for the rest of the time we have until we actually do the stakeout, I'd like to brew up some potions.
Sure. Brightleaf will hang out with you and keep watch while you do it, and also watch you while you do it, just because she finds the thing interesting. At the same time, she might notice the number of potions that you already have on your person and will inquire about them. When did you get all of those?
Quite a while ago, before I went down under the Lucky Unicorns. Me and Ixa, we spent a bit of time brewing some poisons.
Oh, that's where you two were. I had wondered. There was very little of you before you died.
Yeah, I can show you some of the poisons if you like. Some are my own personal homebrew.
I would be happy to. She'll. Oh, go ahead.
I'll just go ahead and pull out my liquid paranoia and rat's wine poisons and just kind of explain them and tell her how it works.
Have you used them on anyone yet?
No, not yet, but the opportunity can arise later.
Maybe tonight?
You got some perfectly good sharpshooters with arrows to soak.
Yeah, if it comes down to it, then they'll be really valuable tonight.
Anything you're willing to, you can hand over to me.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Anything you're willing to share, I'll make sure it gets put to good use.
I can hand you a dose of this rat's wine.
Ooh, new token.
I'll
Nice.
lick it here, hold on.
If ingested. Oh, so it has to be ingested. Nice. She kind of like holds the vial and tilts it back and forth and looks at the liquid, kind of slosh around in it and nods and pockets it somewhere.
Alright, then I'll just carry on trying to make a few potions now.
Go ahead and do a basic, was an int check with your proficiency bonus added because your kit and you're proficient with it. Whatever your proficiency bonus is. We get to add that. Do you have expertise?
No expertise.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, so that's... I want to make something with alchemist supplies. What do I roll for that?
I would say int plus dex bonus. Or no, sorry, int plus proficiency bonus, my bad.
Alright.
Oh yeah. So you were looking to make what again?
What I wanted to make was... I wanted to make one smoke bomb and one potion of climbing.
I would say with a 22, given the time, you can make both of those, yeah.
Awesome. Alright.
So a smoke bomb and a potion of climbing. Nope. You are able to produce both of those, and by the time you're done, it is the light is starting to wane. So the day has gone. It's getting close to darkness. So it's about the end of your downtime. We can go now to Kleeck, who is going to be flying around trying to find Leon. Kleeck, go ahead and roll a perception check as you look for Leon.
Yeah.
I'll say with a 15, you find him.
Oh,
Pretty
heck
quickly,
yeah.
too.
Where is he?
Leon, you were where in the Civic Center area?
I was hanging out between the docks and the Civic Center waiting on Rhea and Lucy to finish up their lunch.
All
Well,
right,
you're
so
gonna find someone else.
Kleeck will come fluttering down to you, I'm guessing.
It sounds so gentle when you say fluttering. He's freaking barreling towards him.
Like a black feathered comet.
Yep, that's more accurate.
I love that description.
Yeah, Kleeck just kind of barrels into the ground and skids to a stop. Who needs brakes? I'm gonna be frantically pointing towards where the ferry is. There's a bunch of those elephant guys and the scary one, and they're on this side of the river now. They're gonna be really soon. They were getting on the ferry.
Kleeck, you would know at this point because you flew here much faster than the ferry able to cross the river. That they're not here yet, so you are
They're gonna be here.
well ahead. Just wanted to point out that you're far ahead of them.
I figured I was. They're on the ferry, and they're gonna be here on this side of the river, and dangerous to you, and
Okay, so okay, hang on. So you're telling me that the elves are coming over on this side of the river?
yeah, and they might be looking for you.
No, I know what they're doing. Okay. How long ago was this?
Just a couple minutes ago, tops.
So they'll probably be a little while before they get back. Okay. Thanks for telling me. Would you do me a favor and walk with me for a moment?
Okay.
I want to stealthily walk over towards the area where the ferry comes across.
Are you
Roll
gonna
stealth,
tell
please.
Kleeck to be stealthy, or are you just gonna stealth and tell Kleeck to walk with you? Because he's a bit oblivious.
When we get close to it, I'll tell Kleeck to keep your head down and be on lookout for them.
Okay, that's enough that he'll actually try to be stealthy. Yeah, and
All right, so Kleeck is stealthing, and Leon, I would like you to also stealth. Ooh, nice.
19.
Okay. That's going to average out to something better than Kleeck's roll. So, the two of you head along the riverfront to near where the ferry terminal is. The ferry terminal, the booth has a bored-looking, foppish gentleman sitting behind the counter. There's a number of tough-looking blokes kind of assembled nearby. Some of them are chatting and playing dice. One of them seems to be reading off a report to the foppish gentleman who is not really paying attention. But the square, like the area in front of the landing, is pretty empty, and there is no ferry yet. But you can see that the chain is pulled taut, and you can see the barge working its way across the river, but not even within 200 yards yet. I believe the river was. It's still pretty much on the other side of the river at this point, but it is making its way across. So that's the moment as you pull up here. You feel pretty hidden, kind of sitting near some crates and barrels that have been left near like a fish drying rack and what have you.
Okay. I want to look around. Do I see Eve anywhere?
Good question. Roll a perception check, the both of you, please.
19.
Hey, here's your good rolls then. Nice.
Right?
I'm rolling decent today myself, except for that 12.
All right. We got. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's funny sometimes the way things play out, isn't it?
Oh no, what's happening?
And they're just funny stuff. just funny stuff.
I don't like funny stuff.
I love funny stuff.
This is not very funny.
So, no, it's actually hilarious. I don't know what you're talking about. So, as the two of you stand there talking, you will actually see riding up on two horses, Eve Rosanne, your sister, Leon, in that same red dress as the other day, and she'll be riding side saddle along with the gentleman who you hired. And while she's talking, kind of just seeming kind of flippant and completely unaware of the situation, you're gonna see Cade, the bard who you hired, like as he comes around the corner with her, like laughing at some joke that she told. The two of them are, laughing and having fun or whatever. Just he turns and he looks directly at you and like frowns. His face kind of goes pale, and you see the question on his face, like, "What are you doing here?" And then he kind of like positions his horse so that he's between you and her to kind of like block her eye line. Simultaneously, as they come around the corner, you're going to see also that they have like 4 of those elven bodyguards kind of like walking along with them, keeping pace with the horses. As you see this scene, they kind of pull up in the square. Looks like they're looking to wait for the barge. You're going to see the Lord of Earl, kind of like the gentleman behind the counter in the booth, and the people there kind of stir, and he'll look up and around, and his eyes will pass over and notice both you and Kleeck behind the crates that you're kind of talking behind. It seems like he makes a mental note of you and keeps looking on. And he comes out from behind the booth to go and greet the lady, and they go and head out of view further into Earl's land and disappear actually into one of the buildings, leaving a number of the guards and thugs such to stand around the booth. It looks like there's no real traffic yet. Cade heads in with the your sister Eve, and with that, the scene is cleared. However, you sense eyes on you from the barge, and as you look, you can see that Ethermil is standing in sort of like the seated section, and can see you from this distance, and is just shaking his head sadly.
Guy riding next to your sister? And why didn't he give us away?
Because he is my man on the inside, and he's keeping tabs on what she's doing.
He seemed pretty personal with her, but okay.
Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I
mean,
I
it seemed
have.
like they were friends.
You're talking about the bard fellow, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm. He's
They were
doing what he was.
laughing and joking, and like I don't usually you do that with like people you know.
He's doing what he was asked to, and I have the distinct feeling he's probably doing more than he was paid for. That being said,
I mean,
at
he is a
least-
bard.
oh, that's exactly right, Kleeck. You are exactly right. Okay.
All he does
Kleeck
is
has
sing, you
broken
guys.
the fourth
He's
wall.
only-
Well, I'm sure he's sick. I'm sure
He's
he
only
plays
doing
several
what's in his
instruments when they're
nature.
together.
All he does is
Come on.
sing and play instruments, you guys. Come on.
Oh, I'm sure he's not the only one singing at some point during this whole ordeal. Okay.
Nice. Nice.
Congratulations, you got a squawk out of the bird.
Good thing they're inside, huh?
Yeah, right. Okay. Shit. We need to move. They know we're here. She doesn't.
Yeah. Guess at that.
Alright, so, Kleeck, let's head back over to the docks, and then I guess you hop back.
3 out of 4 people noticed you. The one who didn't is the one who would care the most. So
Right? Yeah, but the one that would care the most had lots of guards, and Ephraim is the guard that's going to warn her. Oh, and I don't have the manpower to murder him right now, so we'll have to put that on hold. Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, you have a bird capable of moving in 3 dimensions and hitting for over 20 damage a shot.
Yes, but there's also, 4 guards? Was that the number with him?
Correct.
I mean, you said murder one guy, not a bunch of guards. And I mean, it's not like they're gonna block the arrows.
Well,
as you recall, on the other side of the Kleeck, you would have seen on the other side of the river when he boarded the ship. He had 3 of the bodyguards with him.
Yikes.
So there's 4 bodyguards on this side of the river with Eve and the bard, and there's Ethermill and 3 on the other side of the river, I guess on the barge, headed here. So there's a few of them.
Okay. Yeah.
So as Kleeck and Leon prepare to leave the area under duress from having been noticed by so many people, let us jump back to Yoga, who has been escorted deeper into Lorgner land while answering questions from the 2
Oh, am I
woodsmen.
being escorted?
I mean, at this point, no, I guess you're not. They asked you why you would want to speak to the lawmaster, and then you stalled for time.
Yes. Okay, so after being asked. Yes, I had questions, many questions. Some being on the laws of moving people off their land, the human rights, and I just wanted to know the limits and the power the guard has here.
The woodsman who hasn't spoken up yet says, "Are you one of the mayor's people? I know she likes to keep strange creatures in city."
I shake my head. No, I'm just a traveler, and I'm very curious about this place.
Go ahead and roll persuasion again, this time without advantage, because you're telling the truth, but you're trying to persuade him of something that he does not believe.
No, persuasion, bad.
He kind of sneers and looks at the other guy and is like, "He's just one of hers. I don't think we should trust him." "I will speak with the Duke. You wait here with Oxford." And he kind of turns and heads into the bushes with the guy who just said that he doesn't trust you kind of standing there like, damn it. So he kind of just takes a few steps back and sits down on his haunches and eyes you. Spits into the bushes. "So what's it like, having a big shell like that?"
Oh, it's quite nice. It's a little bit hard to move around quickly in any form, so I just usually keep a moderate pace.
"Yeah. You live in the water?"
No. I actually can't breathe I can only breathe in the water for up to an hour, so it wouldn't be nice to live there.
"Shit, I can't breathe in the water for an hour."
Yoga has nothing to say. Just awkward staring.
Yep, he's staring back at you. Kind of reaches behind his belt and pulls out some jerky and starts chewing it while staring at you still. "Yeah. You want to move people off their land, huh?"
Oh, well, I don't have the given right to do that. That's actually why I was curious about it. It seems that the mayor does have that right, or at least I want to put that into question.
"You're not looking to move nobody? You wouldn't be the first what was."
I'm hoping to do the opposite. stop that from happening.
Ah. And at about that time, the other woodsman will come back and say, "The Duke will see you,
Ah,
Oxford." And kind of like
marvelous.
nudges him with his foot, and he stands back up and wipes his hands off on his pants. And so they lead you in. You head further in, and you are actually led to an estate, kind of in a deeply wooded little copse off to the side. And you can see that there are some palisades built around it. You can see some more woodsmen. There seem to be standing guard. And you head inside, and you see the Duke Lorgner. Let me go ahead and grab his image. There we go. Come on, computer. Load that image. There we go. We got Duke Lorgner. Sharp, dark, hairy man.
Fancy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, fancy.
Was this
Yeah,
was this the dude with the crazy hair? Or
yeah. So he's seated at like a long table with a number of people also seated at it, and they seem to be discussing some sort of like business. They aren't all wearing the same like kind of rich robes that he is. They seem to be wearing more similar gear to like the woodsmen. They're more grubby farmers. Seem like frontiersmen. And they seem to be discussing something. But as he turns and looks up at you, kind of turns his head to the side and says, "Ah, so it was a turtle that they spoke to me of. Come in. It's been a while since I spoke to one of your kind." And he gestures for you to go ahead and like sit at the table along with a number of other humans and halflings and gnomes who are there. The hubbub in the room kind of dies as you step in. They seemed to be a little bit frustrated in their conversation before, but kind of like all eyes are on you as you step in. Oh, strange turtle man. Will you take a seat? As he gestures to it.
yes, I will, and kind of as I do so, I say, "Am I interrupting something?"
"Oh, you bloody well bet you are," says a kind of a halfling about like 4 seats down. "Yeah, the election for mayor goes off in 2 days, and we can't do a bloody and a turtle coming in here.
You cut off
What are
that
you gonna?"
election 2 days.
Yeah, that's fine. This is basically a halfling is yelling about how they're arguing over an election that happens in 2 days, and they can't do anything about it because they don't have any land. And you, as a turtle, are coming in and interrupting an important meeting.
And kind of look at Lorgner, and I was like, "I can talk to you at a different time if you prefer to have this meeting go on."
And kind of like looks at the people at the table, and then looks back to you and says to the people at the table, "We will have a short recess." And you hear a loud "ah" and scraping of chairs as a number of people stand up and like kind of storm out of the room. And in a moment, it's pretty empty, other than you and like Lorgner and a human who's sitting thoughtfully at the edge of the at the end of the table watching. Go and roll a perception check.
Perception. These are some terrible rolls.
Yeah, in the poorly lit, sort of like long cabin style room that you're in, it's difficult to make out the features of the gentleman sitting at the end of the table, but he's kind of just chilling, vibing, not making any motion or anything. But you had a question for me.
Well, I had several actually, if time permits.
Very well. As Duke of these lands, it is my remit to give opinions and advice on the laws of the land.
All right. My first question is, are these laws written down anywhere?
Yes and no. The laws that have been on the books for many, many, many years, I have copies of here in my estate. However, of late, the mayor has been rapid in her creation of new laws and not quite as forthcoming in her deliverance of the required literature. And he actually pulls out a piece of paper from amongst a number that are on the table already, and he points to it. And it's a bunch of legalese. It's written in common, but he basically says, the ordinance of 1382 decreed that, in all instances where there were changes by the legislature in the laws of Sichuan, the estates of the Lorgner dukedom would be given copies in triplicate of all aforementioned changes. It is very difficult to keep the laws without record of what the laws are, you see.
Yes, that was what has troubled me and why I've come to you. What are the laws of people, ownership of the land, and what rights do they have to be moved off their land?
Well, there are a number of clauses that could remove a person from their land. They could be a threat to their neighbors. They could be a threat to the city. They could be an avowed traitor of the empire or to the mayordom of Elenmiley. They could be a wanted criminal. They could have been found guilty of any number of crimes and be forfeit to their land, and it would be returned to the city and allowed to be sold once more to a more deserving person. However, I do confess I have a strong suspicion that this clause has been abused of late by the mayors in Felder. Go ahead and roll insight.
It's also +6. Come on, game. Hey.
So, though coming across rather measured and calm, you can see the veins pulsing like behind the eyes and in the temples. You can see his jaw clenching as he kind of bites through each word when he brings up the mayor. But he otherwise sounds completely measured and normal. You can just tell that there's an icy cold yet also raging hot suppressed fury there. And he's good at hiding it, but with a 21 you saw it.
I see. I have other questions, but I do like to focus on this. It does not appear you're quite happy with this. Is there anything that you or anyone else has the power to go against the mayor?
Well, as my compatriots here would be more than happy to tell you, we don't hold much power in the legislature any longer. It used to be that the dukedom held the entire eastern side of the river under its domain, and the ambitions of the mayor were much more limited. However, following the Great War and the lapse in judgment of my predecessors in the Lorgner line, we had certain debts that we needed to repay, and much of our land was ceded to the city of Sichuan in order to pay those debts. With the loss of land came the loss of political standing, and our vote now counts for much less.
Yoga, by the way, is at this point kind of has a journal. He's writing some brief notes, and at that, the last comment he raises an eyebrow. So the amount of land you own determines the voting power you have?
The amount and the value and the number of people on it.
So,
honestly, he says as you start to speak up again, I don't know what the proper apportionment is anymore. That is one of the laws that has been changing, and one that I cannot seem to get an answer for.
Not, frick, I lost my train of thought.
It's quite all right. Let me know if you need a moment so we can hop to Lucy and Rhea.
You know what, that's fine.
All right, cool. So at this point, we have Kleeck and Leon retreating from the Western Ferry Terminal after being spotted. but also spotting Eve and Cade entering a residence of the Lord Earls with Lord Earl in preparation of Ithramil returning to that side of the river. We have Bron and Brightleaf going on a shopping trip and brewing some poisons and a potion and a smoke bomb. And we have Yoga currently chatting with Duke Lorgner. So let's hop over to Lucy and Rhea. You are together headed towards the boat to get a bite to eat before what's next. So you're on the boat right now. Lucy and Rhea is stuffing food into her mouth from the kitchen.
I just want to stop by the boat like real quick and then try to head to the city, like if there's enough time for that. All we wanted to do was go to the room, like where Kleeck usually sleeps.
Okay, so up into the crow's nest.
Yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna clean the bat cage.
Okay, so you bring the bat cage up there. Reginald's like, "Girl, you came back. It has been so quiet and so boring. I have just been sleeping all day. Oh, wait, what are we doing? Where are we going? You know I don't like it outside. Oh, God, it's so bright. It's so bright. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?" And at this point, you're climbing up the thing up to the crow's nest. Why is it so bright up here? Why are you doing this? Oh, God, I just wanted food. I'll do whatever you need. I promise. I'm sorry. I'll be better. I'll be better. And you get up there and start scraping out the guano onto the hides that have been curing in the sun.
My clean the hides!
Should we all over Kleeck's place?
And after a while, Reginald, hanging onto the top of the cage, looking down as it's tilted over and you're scraping out the guano, was like, oh, wait, you know what? I think this is all right. You know what? Thank you. Is this where that one guy lives? The guy with the big green thing?
Yeah, he was throwing eggs at me, so he's.
Oh, girl, let me give you a little more, and he squeezes out another pellet.
It just came back. I stepped away and I just came back to that voice. Oh, I love it.
We're having the bat guano all over Kleeck's little bed thing up in the crow's nest.
If only the pig were there to protect it.
If only
I blame Yoga.
Yep, and then we're just gonna bring him back down and put him back.
Oh, girl, that was amazing. I mean, it is bright and it is hot, and I don't like it, but that was fun. I mean, if you see him again, he's gonna freak out. He's gonna look at that and he's gonna be like, "What'd you do? Can I have some grapes?"
Sure, we'll find you some grapes, and then you should always mess with Birdman.
I mean, you open this cage up and I see him again, I'll do something.
You should totally do what we just did to him instead, if we do.
He gives you a bat claw thumbs up. I don't know what that looks like, but there it is. Lucy, did you just scrape out that cage up there?
No. I just brought him up to see the views.
Roll deception, please. Just 'cause.
What did I miss in that?
Yeah, what would it? 16.
All right. She completely believes you, deadpan. Okay.
We'll go and find some grapes and give it to Sir Reginald.
She'll go with you, and even though you see some crumbs and gravy like kind of going down the corner of her mouth, she'll steal some grapes and eat them, which Reginald will get upset about, but be okay with when she, getting caught, hands him some food out of her pocket. I'm going to commit so many war crimes.
And,
vengeance!
We're just gonna kind of just wink to Sir Reginald as we're giving him grapes.
Your bat's really funny, Lucy. It's almost like he's trying to talk to us.
Yeah. He is talking.
Yeah, girl, of course I'm talking.
Yeah, see?
What you think? No, I'm just some kind of bat. Just hanging in a cage, upside down every day. You think I like this life?
I take it. We just see him kind of squeaking out the side of the cage at Rhea.
Yeah, exactly. Might not be high pitched enough for a bat, but you get my drift.
We'll just bring him back once they're all done and see if Rhea wants to go into town.
Yeah, did you you said you wanted to check the mail?
Yeah, to check the mail to see if I got a letter.
All right. And why don't we head there first?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so Lucy and Rhea, you head to the postal office that you had been to before. And you head inside, and you see the same gentleman that you had spoken with before. And when he sees you, he says, "Oh, outside, the Birdman." It's the gnome who seemed very, very worried and hurried. You, there's a Birdman, a gray one outside. If you talk to him, he has a message for you.
Oh, well, thank you. And we'll go outside to find the Birdman.
All right, so go ahead and step outside, and you notice a kind of he's taller than Kleeck, more lanky of a build, but you see a gray feathered Aarakocra. I would say like a gray heron type Aarakocra. Turn a heron into a person. And as you kind of step around the side, you see that he's wearing like some kind of leather armor, has like a satchel strapped over his shoulder, a longbow, a quiver, like a short sword on one hip and a dagger on the other. He seems pretty well traveled, pretty weather beaten, and he also has a chest tucked under one arm, like a small little wooden chest. And as you come around the corner, he kind of like gives a little bit of a start and like kind of eyes you, and you the Coventry girl.
She had like a little bit of a curtsy. Why, yes, indeed.
And kind of like cocks his head to the side. Let me see your signet.
We'll show him the ring.
Yeah. So he kind of, is it on your finger, or do you hold it in your palm of your hand, or is it on a necklace? How do you keep it?
It's on her finger.
Okay, so he'll kind of like, he's taller than you by a fair margin. Like he's a tall, lanky ass guy. So he'll kind of like take a long step towards you and kind of crane his long neck over, peering at the ring very intently, kind of looking at it from different angles. And then you see his arm kind of reaching behind and into his satchel and pulling out a letter. And then his head jerks over to it and he's looking at that one. And he hands it over to you with a flourish and says, "This is for you." And you can see that the letter has a red wax seal stamped with a similar signet marking. You recognize it as the signet ring of Alyssa Coventry.
Thank you. And
he then puts the chest down in front of you and takes a step back and stands there.
We'll kind of stand over the chest and like, how many people are around where we are?
You can see you see some nobles coming to and fro. You see some basic, everyday people like laborers, some people in the uniforms of maybe different livery from different nobles that they work for. A number of people use the post office. And this is actually just a courier service that you use. This isn't the post office, but there's even a number of people that use this one. So the street is a little busy. People definitely see this interaction, but no one's really stopping and gawking at it.
We'll go ahead and just take the chest and kind of find a more quiet spot nearby, like to where we can still see the bird person if we need them.
As you reach for the chest and lift it up, and are you trying to leave the area?
Just kind of found like a more shady place nearby. I don't really know what's around. Like still there, just not in the open.
Yeah, if you try to leave the area the Aarakocra will kind of go.
Yes.
Blink one eye, blink the other, cock head to the side.
How much?
And just kind of shrugs and puts out a hand. Once you look inside and you know how heavy that chest is, maybe you'll know how much it's worth to you.
Do you care
Sure
to follow
enough,
me?
the chest is pretty heavy.
Do you care to follow me for a second, and then we'll find out?
He glances to either side. No one's watching. He kind of shrugs and nods his long neck in his head, and he comes with you. And Rhea's kind of looking up at him. She's tiny compared to this dude. He's very, very tall. So she's watching him warily, but sticks closer to you. And yeah, you head off into a more shadowed area. Maybe like alleys are relative in this place. But if you head more into the civic center, there's more alleys because that area is more tightly packed. So you probably even head to you said a hidden area? Yeah, you can find a hidden area pretty easily. So shadowed, shaded, hidden area-ish. You want to open the letter first, or do you want to open the chest first?
Letter.
Okay. I will send the contents to you in DM, and you can read them aloud if you like, or if you'd like, I can read them aloud for you.
Okie dokie.
That was a choice.
Send it, and then I'll decide.
Okay, fair. That's what I wanted to. Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, I see what's happening. I was a little confused for a moment. I've been kind of spacing out. I was thinking my own thing.
Let me know when you're done reading that.
Huh. Read it.
You want me to read it?
Read it.
Okay. Dearest Lucy, I pray you are well, child. Times have been strange of late. There have been reports from Lorston and Nemede that Palander has been razed, but none can agree if it was bandits or the Empire. They also say that there are ravenous creatures roaming free near the western border. This, with reports from Aelenmiley that the Inquisition has blockaded the town, I am troubled. If you are in Sichuan, do not come home over land. I fear it is unsafe. I will need the full details of your arrangement, as I have already received a strange letter from Mayor Eugene Bristolkamp of Nueva Sija Luzon, inquiring as to your marital status. With regards to the particulars of purchasing land in Sichuan, it lies too far from our domains to be supportable without great cost and effort. However, your efforts are pleasing to me, dear daughter, and so I will gladly grant you a stipend. Contained in the chest should be enough to last you for several weeks, even in that overpriced city. Your father sends his love and regards. I miss seeing your eyes. Please be well, and remember our purpose. Love eternal, Alyssa Coventry. And Lucy, go ahead and roll a history check real quick, because there is a coded message in there that you may or may not remember, because it hasn't been you remember it. So the phrase "I miss seeing your eyes" is a coded message to check the bottom of the chest that has been sent to you.
Like check the inside bottom or like the bottom?
Check the inside bottom. There is a secret compartment. That's what it means.
Cool. We're gonna go ahead and just like kind of look in the chest, just like kind of peek it open just a little bit.
So the chest, as requested in one of your letters, it is, marked with what you requested. And, it has the company's, not company, the family seal on it. But as you open it, you get, it is 600 gold and 10 platinum.
Holy shit! All right.
It's a heavy chest, a heavy small chest. So as the Birdman kind of peeks over the Aarakocra, his eyes go wide and then he lifts a hand to his beak and, sorry, that's a lot of gold. Kind of lifts his hands and takes a step away, like, sorry, I'm not supposed to see packages.
That's okay. We'll just hand him a platinum.
His eyes go wide again, and he bows and says, Please be safe, Lady Coventry, and just gone.
Does Rhea comment on it?
She's looking at the. She's like, "Your family's loaded."
That's an accurate statement.
Lucy would just laugh and then take the chest, and then I guess they would go pocket the money.
I mean, if you can pocket a chest's worth of gold, yeah, pocket the money, put it on the ship. Yeah, so you can write down 600 gold and 9 platinum as added to your war chest, or you can decide to apportion it amongst the group. It's up to you.
Yeah, we would
I don't know how you want to do that. Okay, cool.
Later point.
Sure. So for now, that was the mail. You got a letter back.
And then once we're at the ship, we'll search for the compartment after we get the money.
Okay. As you go through the compartment, you find it pretty easily, knowing like what to look for and where to look. And you find that there's as you dump all the gold out and you search through, there's like a small hole that you can put a little hook into and like kind of hit a switch, and it'll kind of like release something that lifts up the bottom compartment. When you open up, there is a piece of paper folded up inside, and immediately Rhea, who's like, huddled up next to you, also peering in because she's, fine with being physically right next to you, and also is very curious about what's in the chest, immediately says, "That's some shiny paper."
What kind of paper is it?
It looks like parchment paper.
So what is it that we're looking at?
As you pull it out, you see that it appears to be some sort of magical scroll of some kind. The arcane glyphs and sigils are... what languages do you know?
Common, Elvish, and Giant.
Okay, you do not know the language that is written in.
Crazy. Yoga might.
You might. But it appears to be some sort of magical scroll. It has shapes and figures and diagrams and wards and glyphs written on it, and like incomprehensible script that seems to kind of like move a little bit as you read it. The paper feels charged even as you hold it. Like there's definitely magic in it. So, but you can't tell what it says at all. And Rhea just says, I don't know what that says, but I think this is something that maybe we should show to Yoga.
Agreed. And then we'll just pocket the scroll by putting it in bag or whatever.
Got it. Easy enough. So you tuck it away, and you're on the boat. It's now probably for you. It's maybe like 3 in the afternoon or something. Maybe this would be a good moment for Leon and Kleeck, who are retreating, to run into Rhea and Lucy if they are retreating back to the boat. Where were you guys running to? Leon, as you are now back, let me ask you this question. When you and Kleeck were retreating from the pier, where were you running to? Back to the boat?
Just back to the docks.
Okay. As you reach the docks, you will probably see Rhea and Lucy on the boat, like just arriving back. Y'all go inside and do your thing with the scroll that you found. But as you're coming back out, yeah, you'll see each other.
Hello. It's a hell of a run.
Hey, for you.
Did something happen?
We're really bad at hiding, and we got spotted.
I could teach you lessons. Oh.
I'm okay. I don't really care about hiding that much. I don't do it too often.
I'll take lessons.
I take you up on that offer later. But we saw Eve and a battalion of her guards with the Earl man, apparently.
That slimy guy behind the counter?
Is it the slimy guy behind the counter?
I mean, I don't know I don't know if that was your read on him, because you and Lucy, or Rhea and Lucy, saw the Duke, or sorry, Lord Earl at a different time, but it is the same person, and he was behind the counter each time. So yes, but you might have differing opinions on whether or not he's slimy, because that's subjective. So I don't know. Okay, it's objectively true too, but subjectively you might not realize it, sort of thing. I don't know. And he's gone.
Well, I don't know about slimy, but yeah.
There you go.
I never even talked to the guy. But yeah, she was with him, which means they are probably planning something.
I mean, didn't they say that the ferry belongs to the Earl?
Yeah.
If he owns the ferry and it's up to some nefarious deeds, then wouldn't it stand to reason that he must know about it or something?
It does. Which also means that he could be part of this issue that this issue with the murders. But that's aside right now. Might be best if we hold off for a little while before going up there to the God, words escape me. Might be best if we hold off on going to ferry for a little while. Let it clear off.
Well, I mean, we were going to do the stakeout at night, so should we just come back under cover of darkness? Maybe it'll be a little easier.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right.
Okay. Kleeck, I think it'll be fine if you go back over with Bron and
Kleeck has landed up in his crow's nest and not made
I
any
would
sound.
say roll perception, but I'm convinced that you would see very clearly, easily, in the stinking bat poop that has been spread across some of your furs and skins.
Oh.
Carefully placed so that it does not land on the wood of the ship, but only upon the possessions laid across the crow's nest of the ship.
Kleeck does not say anything. And is
Roll
going
investigation, actually, is what I'll say. Roll investigation, because you see it, but you're thinking about it and looking at it carefully. Okay.
Oh.
So, Kleeck, there are going to be obvious signs of tampering here. It seems as if someone may have intentionally brought some sort of container up to your place and kind of stepped around, and you can even tell there was a footstep here, a footstep here. I had laid this out very carefully here, so the fact that it's been disturbed is disturbing. And you can easily tell that someone has intentionally placed bat guano across a number of your possessions. And in fact, one small sampling of this guano in particular appears to have been very freshly laid, almost as if it were on purpose by the creature itself. And this is what you sense with your investigations, seated quietly atop the rim of your crow's nest?
Kleeck says nothing and is going to drop down to the deck below. No sound. Says nothing about it. Not bringing it to the attention of anybody. He'll just drop down behind Leon as he finishes speaking.
Okay. Yeah, Kleeck, I think we can handle it from here. Do you want to go back over and meet back up with Bron and Brightleaf?
Yeah, sure. I can do that.
So, like,
okay.
Are we all just, like, standing around each other? I take it?
Yeah, everyone's kind of just on the deck right now.
So we just saw Kleeck go up there?
Just saw Kleeck go up, and then saw Kleeck come down, and he's not making a sound about it.
He's just talking to Leon.
We're going
Full attention
to
on Leon.
bust out laughing as hard as we possibly can.
At that, I'll look at you.
Rhea's gonna look around bewildered and confused.
We're gonna, like, whisper in Rhea's ear what we did.
Kleeck is just gonna stare at you with a smirk.
Her face is going to turn red, and she's going to look at Kleeck with a little bit of worry, see who's laughing, and then kind of like frown, but also try to stifle laughter, sort of thing. Like, it's mean, but it's funny, but it's mean.
Kleeck is just looking on with a confident smirk and his arms crossed.
Hey, Kleeck, I'll give you some money and get Yoga to clean it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
That's
what
very
have you
nice
done?
of you, Riley.
If
What
you,
what have you
mean
done,
Lucy?
Lucy?
Yep, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
The walls,
only-
they're breaking! Oh god!
Kleeck's losing it.
we'll just take a hammer and just kind of hammer the air, just kind of fixing the broken fourth wall there.
Yeah. That's very nice of you, Lucy. Thank you.
Only if you agree not to get a payback again and try to throw more eggs or worse.
Okay.
Wait, what have you? Oh,
I'll
dear
hold
Lord.
my hand out for the gold.
You get gold when we have everyone back, so everyone gets gold. We'll give you a
Just
little more.
Give me at least one piece, is it? Just up front.
I feel
I'm
like
gonna
you're gonna
need
do
something
something
to
nefarious with it.
What am I gonna do with one gold? I already have any gear I need. As well as plenty of money to buy anything if I really wanted.
Kleeck, are you sure you're okay?
Yep. Completely.
She
I
kind of
just
reaches out and touches your arm, and I'm going to have to check.
It's Kleeck lie.
I don't know yet.
Kleeck
She's not
isn't
the best at
lying at all.
insight.
He's alright. He's perfectly fine.
Well, she got a 20, so okay. We'll just.
Kleeck is pretty happy.
All right, so she'll kind of step away and be like, "Okay, as long as you're all right." Lucy, that was really mean.
No, it was a good one, Lucy. Can I have my gold?
Is he telling the truth? Do we know?
He said he was, but you don't know because you didn't roll in. Oh, yeah, you would know less than Rhea, and seems above board. If it were an actual lie, you'd have to roll deception. So since you're just telling the truth, that's fine. Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like he's telling the truth, whether you want to believe that in character or not. That's fine.
Well, platinum.
You're gonna give me a platinum?
Yeah.
Oh, that's extra shiny. I'm gonna toss it off the side of the ship.
Oh,
Rhea's gonna go.
Not the
All
first
right.
platinum I tossed to the ocean.
Oh yeah, you did do that, didn't you?
Yep.
Is it that you don't care about money, or that you actually don't know how much it's worth?
I know what it's worth. I've learned that.
All right, just don't throw my money.
Don't give me your money.
I won't.
Fair enough, so be it. We made a bet. I would expect you to hold your end of it. Or deal.
You just don't get it. It means nothing to me. I'm gonna fly off.
you have really pissed off a bird.
Birds piss me off.
Okay. What time is it now?
You really shouldn't agitate him like that.
It's considering he is a bird and we're in the high sea. I agree. I don't think it's a good idea to piss off the bird guy.
But I mean, it was kind of funny.
What did you do? What did you do?
She dumped the bat's poop all over his stuff.
I'm gonna use the smoke pipe and just blow out little smiling, laughing faces from the noses of the mask. And just kind
Leon's just sending out little troll face puffs of smoke.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
Yeah, I think one will.
As he sends out laughing faces. That's not nice. It's not nice.
Do we think we got some time to do some shopping before we gotta go and set out?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we have enough time. Just, yeah.
I think I'll go make it up to Kleeck.
I think it's a little late for that, Lucy. That I've never seen a bird with murderous intent until today, but there is murder in that animal's eyes.
Honestly, I
why.
think it's worth trying. I mean, if you do feel bad about what you did, you should try something. I know he threw your platinum off the edge, and that could have bought quite a bit of nice things, but I don't know if you can win him over with nice things. He doesn't care about money. He just said that.
Do you want to get the platinum?
No. I hate water.
But platinum.
I mean, I love platinum, but I hate water. I'm not going in the water.
I'll give you another platinum, and you get that platinum if you get that platinum.
No. I might drown down there. It's twice as big for me as it is for you.
Not very well. We're literally going to walk up on the side of the boat, like where he threw it, just stand up on the railing, and just like, kind of like put our arms out and just fall into the water.
What? Sploosh. As you descend into the icy cold river, you roll a perception check for me. You know what? Actually, with that 18, you will be able to find the one shiny platinum that has just recently hit the riverbed. It has not yet been covered by silt. Nothing's been kicked up to cover it. So I guess roll me an athletics check real quick just for swimming down to get it without kicking. Oh, so as you go for it, though, you kind of flub your first grab and you kick up a lot of silt at the bottom of the river. And while the river's flow kind of pushes it out of the way, you have also moved the platinum coin. So please roll another perception check, as it is no longer where you were reaching for. Okay, you find it again about 7 feet further downstream. Please try an athletics check for the same, as you're going for the coin that has been thrown into the river. Okay, with that, you are able to retrieve the coin. Your hand clasps around it, and you are able to kick off the bottom, which is, you're quite sopping wet, but you can swim back up to the boat and, zero gravity walk back up the side of the ship, up the railing onto the ship again.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly. So Lucy's dripping wet, but you can see in her hand she is holding a platinum coin. Wow, you were down there for a little while, and you're really wet.
Do you want a platinum?
I mean, I want it, but I'm not going in the water.
You know what? I have no words. Just nice. Nice. That's all there is to it.
Would you like the platinum?
I would.
You can have it, Leon.
I'll hand over the platinum.
I have plenty of platinum because I have Lucy. And she winks at you, Lucy.
Just start laughing.
Oh.
When you date the rich one.
Yes, the rich one. Oh, Lord.
Yoga, are you ready for us to flip back to you? We can finish the scene with Leon. What do you got to say? Last thing.
I mean, I have my own plans.
Yes, we will do that right after.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I guess let's go shopping then.
All right, so we will return to Leon, Lucy, and Rhea shopping in just a second. We will do Kleeck right before that, but let's go back now to Yoga, who has been speaking with Duke Lorgner about laws. Have you determined your next questions?
Yes, I realized what I was trying to say before I lost it.
That's fine.
So your compatriots have been talking about the election 2 days. Are one of you guys running?
I am, by law, not allowed to run for the mayor's position, as I am not a resident of the city of Sichuan proper, merely an adjunct dukedom by a now defunct kingdom. However, my position remains hereditary and largely ceremonial. It is still important to the functioning of the city. It is my opinion that having deprived my position of its power and authority to copy and explain the laws to the common man, that the situation has become so untenable.
So what are you guys wanting to do for the election then?
Find a way to strip Mayor Zindfelter of her power, hopefully by electing someone else, or showing whatever corrupt schemes she's gotten herself up to. You don't control a city as ridiculous as Sichuan without some form of threat or violence. The people here are too obnoxious. They can't get along about anything. Save now that it's changed hands so many times that no one original is left with land. Except the Landerfelds. And myself.
Who's up in the running for this election?
Oh, let me pull up the names again. I have them here. Son of a bitch, every time.
Yoga asking for the deepest, darkest secrets.
Oh, you good, you good. Ooh. Okay. All right, so there are a few people in the running. There is Thorn Gardenio of the Gardenio lands. There is Mayor Zinfelter running for an unprecedented 12th term. And that is it. No one else was able to, as per my most recent, he sheafs through some papers real quick, records, no one else applied before the deadline. And so it is a race between the Gardenios and Zinfelter. I don't believe that Thorn is running a true campaign, but that's hard to say at this time, as campaigning was, as of the last election. He goes through another sheaf of papers, disallowed except for within 24 hours of the election.
And sorry, can I get those names again?
Yes, it was Thorn Gardenio of the Gardenio lands. And then Mayor Helga Zinfelter, the current mayor. This is...
Splendid. So based on that, do you think Thorn would be a better mayor than the current?
He frowns. It's hard to say. I've made overtures to the Gardenio estate to speak with her and have received nothing in reply but silence. I see her at social meetings and galas, and as I approach, she fades away. It is difficult to say what her true motives are. That is part of why I believe that her campaign is just a farce. But with no other power standing against Zinfelter, it is difficult to say. Much as our votes matter, he kind of bitterly quips.
Who gets to vote for this election?
The landowner with the most valuable land in each district, on behalf of the other constituents in that district, will cast their vote. The Lorgner lands used to be vast, and so we would be optioned 8 votes. Now we are down to 2 after selling the majority of it.
Yuga's taking some notes once again.
With the 8 votes that the Lorgner estate held, we had every election in our grasp, as there are only 15 districts. After selling them, everything was reportioned, and we are left with 2, and most of the districts that end up perennially voting for Mayor Zinfelter again and again are ones that have been given to lackeys and those who work with her or do her bidding otherwise.
Yuga's gonna kind of like have his arm resting on the table, and he kind of like puts his head on his arm and says, "Seems like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place."
Yes, it appears you understand our situation then, and our frustration. There's talk of anything from armed rebellion and a coup to some other form of subversive resistance, but I will not hear such things in my presence. He looks pretty hard when he says that. Someone titled the Lawmaster doesn't seem like they'd be down for rebellion.
I kind of nod and say, "Rebellion is sometimes necessary, but I don't think bloodshed is worth any."
Unfortunately, there is already bloodshed on my lands. My people have bled for this, the problems of the city that we were sworn to serve. It's troubling. And so we meet and we argue, and nothing comes of it. And so I make meetings to speak with the mayor. I make meetings to speak with the other nobles of the city, and nothing comes of it. Well, some have been slightly receptive, but not enough.
Same person who gave me your name also gave me the guard captain's Mile name. You think he could do anything?
Miles? A strong man, and just, but not wise. He is easily swayed by lies and deception, and not quite one to admit it. As to his goodness, I suppose you could attest to what the Orc chieftain said. He always seemed an honorable one, but unapproachable, perhaps. I don't believe that his presence is appreciated here by either those who have been here for a long time or those who would seek whatever peace it is that they want out of this city. After their stunt the other day, I know the mayor is upset with the Ugg Turk. I don't need to speak with her to know that.
What do you think about the Ugg Turk?
Well, when I was a child, the Great War was waging, and we hated everyone from Graveson with a passion. Now, we have hundreds and thousands of orcs living in our city. Truth be told, they're rather peaceful, but old prejudices die hard, and I find myself suspecting them even though there's no proof. Perhaps it is a problem with me, but I do not truly hold any suspicions about them. I think they are model citizens, such as it is. Strange, green, different. There's nothing wrong with them. What about you, Tortle? You haven't given me your name, and you come seeking answers to very nuanced and interesting questions about this place that I have lived in my entire life. And yet, I've only rarely seen specimens such as yourself traveling through here. What brings you to Sichuan? What causes you to inquire over our arcane laws?
Mega kind of like just briefly kind of gets up from his chair so he can kind of bow to him and say, "My apologies. My name is Yoga Turtle. I visit here with a group.
Please be seated. There's no reason to rest on formality here."
Nod from Yoga as he gets back to his seat.
You were traveling with a group of your friends, though.
Yes, I've actually traveled with many groups. I kind of have lived my life to solve the problems of others, or at least try. Back in my earlier days, life, there was not as many politics issues I had to deal with. This is a new types of thinking I've had to incur, and they do trouble me. But I like to help all, so I'm trying to see what I can do for this city, but I'll admit I'm just as lost as you.
Well, friend, I would not say that I am lost quite so much as I am seeking answers to a great many questions that I still have. So in that way, I suppose lost isn't the right word.
I have no more questions, Duke Lorgner, but if you'd give me the pleasantry, I am a little curious to seek out what you guys discuss for the rest of the meeting.
Oh, we will likely reconvene various lesser house
Bryn, you're cutting out.
deal. Oh, okay, sorry. Am I here?
Yep.
Okay. The various lesser houses of my lands were meeting to discuss what we should do about this upcoming vote. All that we can decide is either to abstain or vote for Gardenia. And yet, even in doing so, likely invite retribution from the mayor. She does not appreciate being challenged.
All right. Yeah, so if you would allow me, then I'll simply just listen in.
He kind of looks down at the gentleman who's been sitting at the end, watching over at the watching both of you talk, and he kind of nods to him, and he stands up and leaves the room. And shortly after, all the other people kind of come in hesitantly. Some of them are looking at you. Our turtle friend here would like to hear our discussion about these matters of import regarding the election. Huxby, what did you have to say? And the same halfling who was yelling as you came in said, well, I was just saying that, I mean, most of us can't even vote because, you know, we lost our lands, and, I mean, what are we supposed to do? And Lorgner just kind of shrugs and glances about to anyone else to answer the question, and you are treated to a lengthy debate about what it is that they can and can't do. They get stuck on particulars every once in a while. Lorgner pipes up to clarify a legal point. But in the end, the discussion kind of comes to nothing. They realize they can't do this, they can't do that, they don't have the resources for this, that would be illegal, that sort of thing. And really, discussion just comes to nothing. And you can stay for as long as you want, but it'll go on for a couple hours.
Given Yoga doesn't have anything else to do, I think I'll stay there.
Okay.
And then, probably by the time it's done, I'll head to my spot.
So by the time it's done, go ahead and roll a con save.
I've been poisoned.
By knowledge.
Okay, you succeed. It was exhaustingly boring to sit there and listen to this conversation drone on for hours and hours between these people with their really, really ridiculous ideas on how to deal with a lack of political strength. There were talks of, such things as terrorism, blowing up the mayor's office, attacking and kidnapping the mayor, to sabotaging the ferry, to just some heinous kind of stuff even. And every time Duke would shoot it down and be like, that's not okay. Why are you even suggesting that? Like, you realize we don't do that here, sort of thing.
That's
very much trying to keep them in line, despite their anger getting the better of them in many cases.
It's funny because that's kind of been my thing. Is like, I wonder if we just killed the mayor, if the problems would be solved. But Yoga doesn't do that.
It might be. At this point, with the conversations drawing to a close and it now being about 2 hours into session time. Would we like to take a break and then double back? And I think we're also going a little bit longer tonight, so we can stand to have a little bit
I have
longer of
no
a break.
limit at all. We can
Okay,
go way
cool.
longer.
So why don't we
Also-
take like a 10-minute break starting now?
Who's
and,
going after break? Is yoga continuing?
I think yoga was just about done with listening to the group. You said you didn't have any more questions and you were just sitting in to listen, and you got about the best of it, which is you didn't get 1 point of exhaustion for listening to this boringness. Yeah, your con save helps you. You were attentive enough, you were taking notes, you learned some stuff. But yeah, we can come back with either Kleeck or Lucy and Rhea when we come back, and then about then it'll be getting to nighttime, and you'll want to start doing your stakeout. So we'll do the last 2 shopping trips before then. What was that?
I don't suppose I can do my shopping trip in private.
Sure.
If you okay.
Message me stuff while we are on our 10-minute break, and then when we come back, I will do.
Much.
Yeah, I'll do Lucy and I saw some of it. I'll do Lucy and Rhea then when we get back. So in about 10 minutes, and then I'll ping everyone and ask for a roll call, and we'll get started. So until then, BRB.
Okay.
Rancor is gonna catch the fucking boat on fire. I guarantee it.
Who?
The prank war between
Lucy
and Kleeck.
Damn it! Why is politics so hard?
Because it's not supposed to be, but people make it hard to get what they want.
I'm thinking what I could have Yoga do, because Yoga could influence. You'd have to find a way to influence the election to have Thorn Gardino to perhaps have his ability to win. We don't even know if that's going to end up well, as well as the fact that I don't know how to influence it. An easy way would be to tell the citizens to vote, but they can't vote because they don't own land.
Well, I call this metagaming if you would, but he brought up the guard captain not being smart but being good.
Yeah.
So...
No, that's been in my notes for a bit. That's Ukturk was the first to say that. Now Duke Lorgner has said it. I think it's being put, and that's kind of what I'm thinking is. That was my actually kind of what I was kind of in the works of, is like I need like some solid proof that I can convey this guards captain to like see that he's been lied to, or that things are not as good as they seem to be.
You could ask Turk if he has any of the arrows that were shot out at his encampment left. Compare those to the arrows the guards use.
Well, one, I don't even know if Turk's there because they said they're moving out like the other day.
Yeah, not like they weren't moving out of like town. They were just moving out as in getting the arm, like moving back to the encampment, weren't they? Or did they say they were just leaving?
They said they were thinking about leaving, because I remember last time I said like I might, if I could, come back, and they said they might not be there. Ukturk's people have struck a deal. The deal's not been promised, and they have the ability to move, unlike some of the landless. So I think they are choosing to do so.
They're just gonna. You're gonna walk out of there, and Ukturk's entire building is gonna be on fire. Just all of it. Oh shit! I just thought about it. That's a real possibility.
Perhaps. The thing is, well, Yoga has kind of been stretching himself out of the bounds of what the party is doing, so he's trying to connect the two if those are possibly a solution.
Oh, there's one in there.
see like watching the fairy to get an idea of something that happens at night.
Yes. I think that we'll find a clue to who the killer is with this, but I'm not sure if we'll find like anything useful besides that.
Well, the thing is, I need I really need something that is definitive proof to either convince Miles of something, or just the fact that to convince anyone of something. You know, if there's a guy who we catch doing crimes, we kill him. We just bring in this body as like, haha, we have caught the murderer. That is like, what if you just murdered some random dude? How do you? And as well as the fact that I'm still not even certain if it's one dude, or there's definitely because there's been a differation in attacks. Anyway, I'm gonna use the restroom before the break ends. Actually, use my break.
Yeah, go and do your thing. Oh, dumb idea.
I just want to know what Kleeck's gonna do.
I'm telling you, he's gonna catch the boat on fire because you.
An eye for an eye.
You two. Oh no. He's gonna shit on your bed, Riley.
We're just gonna make Kleeck feel bad at this point.
He won't. He's a bird. I didn't even know birds can feel fucking could feel vengeance, feel rage. But here he is.
We're about to spend hundreds of gold.
Spend hundreds on an I'm sorry present just to be crapped on in the next scene.
Yep.
I will say this is about to start escalating between you, isn't it?
I'm trying not to have it escalate.
It is going to escalate exponentially.
Excellent.
Just kicks Kleeck off the ship. Get out of here.
He doesn't even need to.
He's the pilot!
Kick him off the ship. Hire one.
It is your ship, by the way. We seem to have just totally forgot it.
I'm back.
Hey, what's up, bro?
A ship you're not even proficient in piloting.
Yeah, why would no bold if you have a rich person who owns a jet, they're not gonna know how to fly the jet. They're just gonna have somebody who knows how.
Well, where's your freaking crew?
Bro, I don't know when you left, but we're on a 10-minute break. We have 2 minutes left.
I left almost as soon as it was announced.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I have returned. I don't know who all.
I think everyone's back. Am I wrong?
That's
roll call.
Go ahead and write message. Be 5 in there. Here we go. That's 2. 40%. If you count me, 50%.
Roll call.
Oh my lord. Death machine.
I just had an idea.
The building.
That is a shopping list. That is a shopping list. More details. Okay, cool.
Riley's back too, but
by the way, once you left, Bryn, I again asked you why are politics so hard?
Oh, why are politics so hard? Are you asking me why I make them so hard in this game, or asking why they're so hard in real life? Those are 2 different questions. Similar. The difference is pretty nuanced, though.
Similar answer, honestly.
Well, it's more rhetorical, but if you want to give an answer,
Politics are hard because politics are hard. It requires compromise. If you're unwilling to do that, it's always going to be about killing the other side.
Yep, fair enough.
So, this is a situation where Someone's brand of politics has gotten out of hand. Whose and how and why and how do we stop it and make it right, and how much illegal stuff do we have to do on the way there is really the question. Because I don't know what you're going to do to resolve it, and I don't know what's going on yet.
I don't even know what I'm doing to resolve it. That's the problem.
So there we go. That's what the stakeout's for.
Yeah, I'm hoping the stakeout reveals something.
Hey, I mean, you just stage a rebellion. It's fine.
Honestly, you could. It's a possible thing.
I don't think it worked. Because here's the thing.
Sure?
I think the town's guard might. It seems like there's some thing against the town guard, against the Imperial Guard. Then you could also bring the landless into this against the nobles. That's a lot of blood to be spilt, though.
It's fine. Hey, I mean, like.
I will note that the landless areas are much more densely packed of people than the landed areas.
Oh, I'm sure.
Other than Imperial Land. Imperial Land is really, really like Moshena, Haybrook, and the Imperial Land quote unquote section. Those are all pretty densely packed. Vostro is just an estate and a ruined estate. Moshena is packed, Haybrook is packed, Imperial Land is packed, and there's a lot of humans.
If I was a different character, I probably would just kill the mayor, but I am trying to think about this in the yoga fashion.
Yoga. You're not Nordal.
I was actually thinking.
No.
An idea is if the landless count as population, if that gives power to voting, then we just.
It does not. So this is what I've been asking.
We could try to change that, and then it changes everything.
There's a number of ways you can change the calculus. The problem is you don't control the means to change the calculus. Exactly. You can change the current calculations, but you can't change changes to the calculations. You know what I mean?
There's also
you might be able to control an aspect of the data input, but you can't control the algorithm, and they can change the algorithm with a nice new commit.
And there's also the idea of I know Lucy at one point was thinking about buying land. Even if Lucy did somehow even if we pulled together all our money and had enough to buy land to gain some power here, that's not a long-run solution to things, I don't feel.
It was less than 1/10 what was requested for the land.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm
saying. 10 grand, and she got less than $1,000. And it was considered a multiple week allowance for being in this overpriced city.
I mean, it's a bigger allowance than I ever got, but it's not.
Oh, me too. But you're also not a noble who's out there in the world on your own trying to make advancements for your family. It's honestly pretty surprising that Lucy does not have any sort of group of followers that are with her as a result of her being a landed noble. Like there's no butler, there's no maid, there's no bodyguard like Eve has. There's none of that.
We're the bodyguards.
She has a clique now because she has this group of people that's riding on her boat, ostensibly working for her, as she's explained in many situations. Whether or not that's true, it's up to you, obviously. But she has a what's that called? What was that show? That show with all the people that fall around the rich and powerful people. You know the one I mean.
It's the Kardashians.
No. That's a family. I mean, it was that damn show
where they now?
No, it's the one where it follows the people who follow the celebrities. It's not their coterie. It's not paparazzi.
Paparazzi?
Yeah, no, that's the people who follow them to take pictures. I'll think of it. But there's a Entourage. That's what it is. Entourage.
Oh.
Lucy has an entourage. The party is Lucy's entourage. I have a mysterious black bird friend who rides in my crow's nest and watches the poop. I have this little redheaded thief that flashes in and out of places and is always getting richer and drunker. I have this mysterious turtle man. Like she has an entourage. Anyways, if we're ready to start, we can start.
I've even publicized my shopping list just to show I'm not that evil.
No, you're good. Please roll a perception check to find. Okay, you know where to go to get the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know where to go to get the second
the market for the food.
Yeah, you know where to go. You don't know where to go necessarily to get dye or paint, but you find when you're talking to the gentleman at the tannery that they have dye that they use to dye the leather.
Cool.
At times.
I'll get
So
some
they
blue.
have some blue. Okay, cool. That's that one's going to be expensive, so we'll get to that in a second though.
Okay.
Because blue is the rarest of dyes. If you didn't know that, look up dye history. It's very interesting.
It's the rarest color in nature.
That's correct. They didn't have a color for blue until they came out with blue dyes because
What
they
I'll
had to
settle
differentiate
for
blue
blueberries?
from black.
like dark indigo or whatever. That's a more
Exactly.
common plant.
Yeah, you can do that. And then for the pet, I don't know how you want
That's
to
for later.
source that. I know, but I don't know how you want to
I
source
described
that.
sourcing it. I described sourcing it.
All right, let me get in there. Okay. So we will go to Lucy and Rhea for their shopping trip, as everyone else has finished, and
So,
you know,
is this
as we
assuming I completed the first step, getting all the rest of the shopping list and doing what I needed to do?
well, you flew away to do that while we're doing this, and then
Okay.
after we do maybe the first set of Lucy Rhea shopping, we'll say that you've completed your wing because you actually have to fly all the way down to that what was it called, like Bright Fork or something? Like, I don't know what I named the
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So the city down there where the tannery was, you have to fly down there to get some of the supplies. So that's going to take a little while. So while you're doing that and then the other shopping. So Lucy, where did you want to go first with Rhea as you do your shopping trip? I'm going to open up the messages you sent.
Everybody's so secretive.
Let's go shopping.
So we want to try to find another bird person.
Another bird person in general?
One that looks like they could probably help us, because what we're looking for would be, one, somebody to clean the crow's nest, two, to also make it better in the sense of what somebody like Kleeck would like, because we don't know what birds want, and
I don't know what birds like. Go ahead and roll a, I guess, general perception check to try and find an Aarakocra or any person that would know how to help you with it. Unfortunately, you're not, with that roll, able to find anyone in particular. You don't, the gray Aarakocra, you can't find them. They're gone. The heron one who delivered you the thing earlier, they appear to be gone. And you don't find any other ones in town where you're looking. Again, the city's rather spread out. You look up in the sky, you don't even see Kleeck. You see some birds flying by, but as you look closer, it appears that it is just about 8 crows heading west. So, who knows? But you're unable to find an Aarakocra or anyone that looks like they would know how to help you with a vibe check for Kleeck's crow's nest.
Vibe check.
I guess we're gonna try to find a bird store.
Okay, roll that with advantage, as there are a number of buildings nearby. Okay, with the 14, you find a pet store, and they do have some birds, and they have some dogs, and they have some cats, and they have some other exotic pets.
Oh, I might be here later.
There's a number of noble ladies and noblemen, and even some more laborer looking people looking at the different animals in the place. It's a rather large facility. You're surprised you didn't notice it at first. A little bit off the civic center, but still in that same general market area. What are you looking for in particular?
We're just gonna find one of the workers there.
So it is a halfling with hay in his hair, and as he climbs down off a ladder on up that would lead up to a store shelf that's about shoulder height for you, Oh, my lady. Have you been helped yet?
No, I had a few questions to determine what I need.
Of course. Let me just get this up to the customer at the counter. And he takes the small satchel of, it looks like some form of bird seed, and kind of trots away and kind of hands it up on the counter to a human who's working behind it, and she nods to him and is bringing up the customer. And he comes back and says, "Sorry about that. Well, what were your questions? What can we get started for you?"
How familiar are you with bird people?
But excuse me, bird people. I mean, we sell a few different kinds of parrots and macaws, and we do pigeons. We can train pigeons here. But I mean, bird people. You mean like an Aarakocra or some sort of one of the owlkin from up north?
An Aarakocra.
Okay. I mean, I've met a few. Had one come in here and get really mad that we. But I mean, I don't know much about them other than that they're like you said, bird people. He kind of like looks a little sheepish as he says that, like he thinks it's probably not correct to say bird people, but you said it and
racist.
it was funny, and he feels like he's like but they are, so I don't know. So he's just chatting with you.
Do we notice that? Like, could we understand kind of his intention with that?
Yeah, he's saying he doesn't really know much about bird people, but I mean, what do you need? I can try to help. I'm happy to try and help, but I mean, if they, I don't think that. Yeah.
What kind of bird does Kleeck look like?
A crow.
Yeah,
Raven.
he looks like a raven that turned into a person and grew arms.
Do you know what kind of anything that crows or ravens look like?
Are you looking to start a raven's rookery, or is it more of, you mean like a bird person that's like a raven or a crow?
Well, the second thing you said.
Oh, okay.
We could say Aarakocra, if that makes
sense. Okay, Aarakocra. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know. So well, let me bring you over to the section, and he kind of brings you to just a section of supplies that it looks like are used for keeping some sort of rookery for pigeons or for ravens or what have you. And there's different cages for keeping a number of like birds next to each other with like ways to feed them and stuff. And he says, I don't think any of this would seem suitable to a full-sized Aarakocra such as it is. So, I mean, does he eat seed? I guess I just don't know.
Is Rhea with us?
Rhea is with you. No, I don't think he eats seed. He's more of a meat kind of guy. He finds lots of berries, and he hunts really good. So he brings home a lot of meat. Oh, well then, if you're looking for something tasty to give me, you might want to head to a butcher instead. I don't think we're really going to have anything for an Aarakocra that they would want to eat here. Well, let me see. And he leads you over into like this corner where there's how like you have like that Tweety bird cage, like with the swing in the middle. It's a really big one of those. Like it's like 9 feet tall. So it takes up a lot of space. And he says, I mean, I don't know if he'd like something like this. I mean, is would he fit? I've seen some Aarakocra that wouldn't fit. I could fly right through the
like
bars.
3'11". He could fit.
Yeah, I don't
be able to squeeze through the bars.
We need to find a cage. Do you know if birds like birds as companions?
Leon, you're also here shopping, aren't you?
I am.
Yes.
Ooh.
I'm watching in stunned silence as they run around town.
Just watching them shop.
Yeah, just watching
I'm sorry, I missed that though. Lucy, could you repeat that?
What did I say?
Oh no, that's what I was asking.
Something about animal companions.
Yeah, who would they probably like as companions? Like, do birds like companions? Do they have companions? Also, high content.
Oh, I mean, it might be nice to have a bird companion for a bird. I mean, maybe they'd fly together or something. That might make sense. The halfling looks a little pleased with that thought. Like, maybe that's a good idea.
What do you think, Leon?
All right, so I've been keeping my mouth shut about this. He might be a bird person, but I don't think he quite operates like a regular bird. Maybe just buying him. He seems to be attracted to shiny things. Maybe we should get him just something shiny. I'm gonna look at the clerk. Do you
Now,
have
see,
anything that's
I wouldn't have
shiny?
thought of that at all, honestly. But that sounds like a really good idea. And, I mean, we have some shiny things here, but they're really just, tools and bits that you use for taking care of your animals. If you want some shiny, like jewelry, shiny, or like, and Rhea's like just nodding and like perception check DC 18 to see how much she's salivating at the thought of shiny. But
just do you have anything that's really like? It doesn't even have to be like a jewel or anything. Just something really shiny.
Let me look. And then he kind of like pokes around a little bit and he says, I mean, a mirror's kind of shiny. And he like kind of pulls up a mirror that has like a way to fasten onto the side of the cage. Some birds like looking at themselves. Maybe yours does.
See, that actually makes some good sense. If you're looking to make this up to him or something, that might be a good place to start.
Can you read out like the one thing that you said that would be good? Have roommate. I don't know what the hell he's even doing.
Maybe a mirror. I'm not sure.
Yeah, just something very shiny.
Do you think we could do that as well as maybe try to get him a pet friend?
Maybe. Honestly, I don't know if that's a good idea.
I mean,
maybe
the way he was looking at that pig, I don't think it would be a good idea to get.
Yeah, I think maybe a bird might be a better option than anything else this guy's selling.
I don't know. Do birds eat other birds?
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
but
yeah, they do. At least some
but
of the birds we have here will eat some of the other birds we have here, so we got to keep them separate.
I will note, the reason Kleeck was originally in prison was because he tried to take a chicken.
Yes.
He was imprisoned for stealing a chicken from a noble's property.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, it's probably a good idea not to get him that sudden flashback in Leon's head. It's probably better to leave him
We
away
have some
from
fun
animals.
conversation going on in the party chat.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the next thing is to find a jewelry store and then a cleaning service.
Cleaning service. A
Yeah,
jewelry
clean
store
his-
like that, but
Clean his bed. I'm not cleaning that unless we find yoga.
could yoga even get up there? I like where your head's at, but I mean, yeah, that'll work.
Well, I mean, if you said you scraped that shit all over his stuff, can't we just bring the stuff down and yoga can do it? Even if
Probably.
But you want to carry it
clerk,
down.
the clerk is looking at you both like, wait, who's a yoga? What are we doing?
Oh, don't worry about it. It's people and things and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna go help this other customer here. Please let me know if. And he kind of bows away and departs. And
I got one question.
Yes.
Do you have any guard dogs?
Oh, of course. No, we have a right proper business training guard dogs. A fair number of the estates around here have employed at least one or two of our trusty hounds. So, what kind of pup you looking for?
One that's good for guarding a ship.
Guarding a ship. Oh, no, that's not a question we get very often. You know what? Let me go and help this customer. I'll give it a thought and come back in just a minute and tell you what I think we have for you. I have to go check with our boss in the back. He's the head trainer of them. I'll be right back. And he nods off, or heads off to go. By the way, Yoga, at this point you would be heading north because you've left the Lorgner lands, or are you hanging out after even the conversation ended?
I was muted. I probably made my farewells, and I found a picture in chat that I like. I'm assuming it takes 11 minutes to cast, but it'd probably be more time efficient to cast Phantom Steed.
Okay.
Given I could only probably ride it towards like the edge of here where I'm pinging on the map before getting into city, and people
you can ride your Phantom Steed wherever you want. What are they going to do? You're a turtle. You're a turtle riding a ghost horse.
True.
Like you're already interesting to view for anyone. So the fact that you're riding a ghost horse through town will occasion comment, yes. So if you want to avoid that, sure. But you already kind of do. People note your presence and are intrigued by your appearance. So
the demon.
I wasn't sure.
Yoga's just a wandering celebrity.
Kind of, especially amongst noble people, because that's specifically what his background says. Is like people are curious about you.
Yeah, I know.
I was gonna say I feel like there's
dog.
certain areas horses shouldn't be, but I do forget that the area between these places are pretty spaced out. So I did make
this is really zoomed out.
I'm gonna reply to it. This is what I found for a Phantom Steed in the party chat. I just looked it up and I thought that was cool.
Stop doing that.
Phantom Steed?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, that's cool. That is a cool ghost horse. Yeah, that is a phantom and a steed. Absolutely.
Yes, so so if that gets I guess in that case, yeah, I've probably left Lorgner's, I've said my goodbyes, and I have maybe not too close to the building. I don't want to spook people, but walked a little bit ways, cast my Phantom Steed as a ritual, and rode my horse back into town. It lasted an hour.
Yeah, if you're fine to ride your horse through town, you can easily, after 11 minutes, you summon it. It kind of just apparates into existence next to you with a swirling mist, and as you climb aboard, it hops off into the distance, all prancy horsey like, and you still have plenty of time left as you rein up at the docks or wherever it is in the city that you're looking to go, the city center.
Yeah, I'm probably heading to the docks. Is like I'm assuming there's like a little bridge of sorts that you could kind of like from the docks to like actually get on the ship.
I mean, yeah, there's maybe like a small from the dock itself onto the ship. So yeah, you'd have to cross a little bridge, but it's been fastened and secured, and the boat is tied to the dock and everything. It's moored in place. And
can I park my horse there? Conveniently.
May I ask something real quick?
Yeah.
How long has it been since? How long was Yoga in that meeting? How long
he was there for like a few hours. You might see him as you fly back and forth, because as he's coming back,
Kleeck has laid out a few various supplies and food stuffs on the deck.
So yeah,
also
Yoga.
There's some very filthy hides laying over the side of the ship at this point.
So yeah, Yoga, you would see a lot of Kleeck's hides that he's been working on have been laid over the rail on either side. They seem to be covered in bat guano that has sort of dried in the sun, and it stinks and is pretty bad.
If not for
Uh,
friendliness,
Don't clean those.
Oh, okay.
Don't.
I will
Meanwhile,
go for
there's also
Kleeck.
like a kind of a jug of some kind with some just sitting off to the side, like a small carton of eggs, another carton of tomatoes, a couple bottles of some dark liquid, and that's what you've gotten so far. Yes.
Kleeck, are you saying that to Yoga? Are you here?
Yeah, he's
I
come to drop
imagine
them
he
off.
meets up with you. Don't clean those, please.
Oh,
I
there?
have my plans. Don't worry about it.
Yoga chuckles and says, "Sure thing."
Just make sure you help out Riley when I'm done, please.
Lucy.
Lucy, God! The fourth wall! It's crumbling! I'm sorry!
We'll just kind of just
I'm
realize
losing the
this.
distance between
The-
reality and
Just
game.
cracks across like our view. We're just gonna take a hammer, start hammering them.
The astral plane starts to bend. Kleeck, what have you done?
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
I'm done with my thing. If I wanted to head back to them, I guess I'll move my token. So,
Is it Kleeck time?
Midnight.
Yes, Kleeck. If
Okay.
your last thing that you're doing.
For all the general shopping, the food, the paint, the oil, how long does that take me?
Takes you a few hours. Like it takes some time to fly around
that's
and
about when
collect
I meet
things
up
from
with
different
Yoga.
places. Yes.
Okay.
It's close to sunset and it's getting
Is
dark.
Yoga hanging out on the ship?
I am.
Okay.
Okay.
Then yeah, he's hanging out with you.
I am going to enact the plan.
Oh no.
Kleeck is going below decks with all of his supplies.
All right.
I've detailed to you what I'm doing at this point.
Have you?
I'll reply to the message. Well, okay. I'll just copy and paste.
What?
I'll be right back.
You over here playing with your freaking.
Damn, I'm just trying to solve some politics and now I'm involved in the prank war.
Kleeck is bringing all the supplies from above deck down below deck, including the dirty hides.
Are you informing this and informing Yoga of your plan and roleplay? Or are you sending me like a DM?
Is Yoga gonna ask anything?
You're just gonna see
No.
Kleeck carry a bunch of supplies
I won't.
down.
Kleeck is just carrying supplies. He's carrying supplies down.
I guess roll a perception check though, because it would make noise.
No, I'm in a meditative stance. I don't care.
Okay, so you automatically fail.
Yes, apathy. Good.
The only thing needed for evil to succeed is for the apathy of good men. Ouch,
I'm working on a different evil. I'm sorry.
So,
okay.
Evil politics.
some time passes.
How much
Kleeck,
does all that cost me?
I'm going to say for the dyes and the materials and the... It ends up being 27 gold and 7 silver.
Okay, I'm gonna pay 17 gold, a platinum, and 7 silver?
Yes.
Okay.
As you pass over the platinum, this would be for the dyes and for the tanning oil. The guys who you've worked with are like, wow, you have a lot of money. And
I've done my work.
They're a little bit more impressed by you because they thought you were just some bird who flew by and didn't know what you were doing, but they see you have a lot of money and they're like, damn. So
Platinum's like the equivalent of handing someone $100 bill.
yeah,
Now.
it's like, by the way, let me flex on you, and they're like, oh well. So
Now is the part where I go to the pet store.
So
I
Kleeck,
assume the others are gone from this place already. I get there.
No, they're still there. They're still there talking, asking about guard dog.
Hours later? Okay.
No, they've been around doing stuff as you've been doing stuff. They're
My
just still
time
here
started
chatting.
at a different time than theirs.
Yeah. So it's all coming together, but you'll be going there probably as they're maybe leaving or still there right now. So
If I see them, I will avoid them consciously.
Lucy,
Try to
Leon,
keep
Rhea
them spotting
in the
me.
store chatting about guard dogs. The gentleman comes back and says, so I'm real sorry. We don't really have any water specific canines, but if you're looking for a guard dog, we have a few ready even right now.
We're just gonna look over to Leon and Rhea. Should we get a guard dog, or should we just try to hire somebody?
Wait,
I
a
mean,
guard?
I don't really like dogs.
No
Dogs are
dogs it is.
scary to me. They're big. I could ride a dog. I did once. That didn't end well either.
Oh, very well. Well, thank you for your help, and we'll be on our way. We'll say to the shop person.
Of course. Good luck with your Eric Hawkra friend. I hope they're able to find something nice for him.
Thank you. And then we'll head out and look for a jewelry store.
All right, so Kleeck, you will see them leave.
And that is when I will make a move to go in.
All right, you're able to find a jewelry store very easily. And okay, so as you walk into this jewelry store, there's a number of guards in the store. There's a number of towns guard outside of the store, a couple that seem to be guarding the front. It seems like a pretty well-to-do place. There's a number of nobles perusing the wares, clerks helping them, and as you come in, a pretty fancy, well-dressed person. Hello, may I help you?
Oh, hello. I was wondering what items you have that are quite shiny.
Oh, yes, of course, milady. Most of what we have here is shiny. Is there anything in particular? Rings, earrings, necklaces, bracelets? You're going to have to give me a little bit more, love.
He certainly doesn't have ears.
Yeah, Andrea, what does Kleeck like?
I will note, anybody who has seen him with any of his shinies, including necklaces, he doesn't wear them. He just keeps them.
Yep.
I'd imagine he's not very discriminate. He seemed to like that. What was it, an emerald that you snatched from him? So maybe he has an affinity for the color green. Do you have any emerald necklaces? The shiniest one you have.
Oh, yes. Emerald necklaces. We have several. Would you prefer unadorned or magical in nature? Shiny?
Unadorned.
Very good then. Let me bring you a few samples. And he kind of turns around the counter and see him kind of like looking through some shelves in the back. And he comes back with a silver necklace with a large emerald pendant set, like set in a pendant at the end of the necklace. Comes back with a gold necklace that has a number of emeralds kind of like dangling down on little strands. And then another one of what looks like platinum with 5 emeralds set in like sort of the petals of like a flower that is the locket down at the bottom. These are some of our specimens that we have available. Do any of these catch your eye? I'm sure I can find others a little bit farther back. Martha, emeralds, necklaces, pronto. You see one of the looks like an attendant. They're not as well dressed. Kind of like curtsy a couple times and start going like disappear into a back room, and you hear shelves being moved.
I don't suppose you would know much, but do you know what Eric Hakra might prefer?
And Eric Hakra? Ah, yes, we have them from time to time. They do love shiny things. Now I understand your train of thought there. To be blunt, the emerald might be a bit gauche for a bird, So let me find you something a little better. He leaves them on the counter. I guess both of you roll perception checks.
Oh god, please tell me she's not gonna steal it.
Oh god.
That's exactly what's happening.
He's absolutely going to snatch those things.
So everyone is going to see, everyone is going to see Rhea kind of starting to sneak behind the counter. And all turn, a couple clerks and one of the guards inside all turn at once, like, hey, and she's like, what? I was just wanting to get a closer look. To which I'm going to roll a deception check to see if they don't get mad. I guess that's okay.
Come on, Rhea, you can do it.
Come on,
Have-
Rhea,
Was
do
that a natural
everything.
one?
Rhea can't do it. Rhea can't do it.
We're gonna help her if we can be like that she doesn't see well.
Yeah, I got bad eyes. I guess I'll roll with advantage then. Okay, cool. That helps.
There you go. Yeah,
Oh, Riley with the
Cool.
assist.
They all kind of settle down, and the clerk's like, "All right, well, I can bring them out from behind the counter for you if it's a problem. Please stay on the right side of the counter. We've had problems with this before. I'm sure you've seen the guards outside. It's nothing personal at all. These are expensive, you know."
We're gonna
Oh,
kind of
yes, of course. I'm sorry. She blinks her eyes a couple times as if she can't see. Are you sure? Are you sure I couldn't see one of them a little more closely? Puts out her hands and kind of trembles a little, looking like she's weak.
we're gonna
She's
try
really
grabbing her.
overselling it.
We're gonna try grabbing her to bring her back around.
Oh, thank you, milady. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
We're gonna whisper in her, not now, we're trying to get something for Kleeck.
She kind of snickers back. Okay, fine. I got the itch. There's a lot here that's nice.
I like where your head's at, Rhea. Just really?
So the clerk, after helping admonish, comes back with a platinum necklace with a pendant, and this one is very shiny. And in fact, there's a diamond set in it that he says something special about this pendant. It's a very weak enchantment, but it's there, and it is quite brilliant. Here, and he takes the pendant of the necklace over to a candle that he lights, and as he puts the diamond in the center next to it, it projects out like a brilliant rainbow that sparkles in the air next to it. It's whenever you put this next to a bright light, it can cast a rainbow, as you see here. This is one of the shiniest things I could think of. I can't imagine anything shinier. Other than perhaps some of our more select entries in the Julius line, and he points over to like a set of really, really fancy looking jewelry that's like all platinum with, it's like a similar coloration to the one that you have with the diamonds and the platinum, but these ones are just really overwrought and kind of heavy looking, and they don't look like something you would like unless you're into that sort of thing, I guess.
So how much for that piece there? And we're gonna point to the one that he just showed.
This one would be 500 gold for the piece.
Oh Lord. We're not gonna be saying this again. Jesus Christ. Do you mind if I see it?
Oh, certainly. Please be careful, though. It is one of a kind. We've placed an order for another, yet we haven't received it yet. I believe there is some issues on the roads these days. The gem cutters in Alexandria are having a bit of difficulty meeting their quotas, I'll tell you that.
I do understand that. We're gonna
And
look.
he'll hand the piece over to you.
We're gonna look for anything defective with it, any sort of impurities, any sort of scratches, anything of any sort that we could possibly talk to him.
Okay, go ahead and roll investigation check, and you get advantage because Rhea is also looking very closely at it.
Oh my god.
Well,
Oh my god, no!
it looks great. It looks awesome.
It's perfect.
You can't. It appears utterly flawless to you.
What do you think?
I mean, I think it's beautiful. I think it would be extremely difficult to replace this wonderful artifact, and were it to go missing, it would certainly be detected almost immediately.
We're gonna poke.
So, I think if you buy it, he would really like it because it's really, really pretty and shiny. I like it, and it has no real practical purpose other than being pretty.
Leon, what do you think? Can you spot anything with it?
How much money does Rhea have?
I guess. Let me see. Oh crap. I'm gonna take a look at it and see if I can spot any imperfections in it, just by chance.
Please also roll an investigation or arcana check. Or if you have any sort of proficiency in something relating to jewelry, gem making, whatever. You pick and you tell me how you reason it out, but those are some options.
Tinker
they
tools
also-
don't have anything to do it, but I'll do an
Do they
Yeah, I'll
also
do
get
an
advantage
arcana.
since we're all looking?
I mean, Rhea helped you with an investigation check to look at it from the perspective of it being a piece of jewelry with imperfections. And
Damn.
neither of you have like a gem cutting or jewelry making proficiency, so that's why I just had it be investigation. I mean, Leon, you could do investigation too, kind of in the same vein. You could use arcana to try and like look at its magical aura and see if that gives you an idea as to its potency or what have you. That's what I'm trying to say is you pick how you want to look at it, and then we'll roll based on that.
This
This
thing
is
is
your
so
strengths,
completely
obviously.
and totally cursed.
This is
Yeah,
the biggest
I'm-
finish in
Definitely
D&D. Being able to
I wanna
afford
use-
jewelry.
I'm gonna use arcana for this part, and
All right. Please
It's
roll
definitely
arcana.
cursed.
Please roll good.
It's cursed!
Yes.
It's cursed!
Natural
I called it!
So, with a natural 20, you can tell that this piece was not mass produced, but also not the same sort of like meticulously handcrafted that it's being sort of presented as. As you actually look at and kind of parse the magical weaves that thread through this necklace, you kind of go, looks like this was made in a set of 12. And so there are at least 11 others like it when it was made. The enchantment, it's just a simple illusion enchantment. So it could be reproduced, and in looking at it, you think that maybe with some practice you could actually produce an enchantment similar to this. Because looking at it right now, you feel like you so intimately understand how it was produced. But other than that, it appears to be well made. The craftsmanship in the necklace itself actually helps support some of the enchantments with some sort of like really intricately inlaid warding and glyphs along the that are embossed into the platinum. And so the diamond, it actually has like a matrix of supporting geometric grid lines that kind of boost the power, and that's why it's so vibrant as it comes out. And that's also where the sparkle comes from in the projected illusion. And that's everything that you get with a natural 20 plus 4 on an Arcana check to check out this piece of jewelry. So you can tell that it's worth about what he's asking. You could probably haggle it down, though. You feel reasonable that you could haggle it down, knowing a little bit more of its provenance and value.
So you said you wanted. All right, I'm gonna look at it. Sir, you said you wanted how much for this again?
500 gold, please. That would allow us to turn a slight profit on this piece. It was quite valuable coming in, I assure you.
500. But is that due to the craftsmanship of the item or the enchantment added on? Because this is a fairly simple enchantment. Well, I don't doubt the craftsmanship of the item, the enchantment added on to it, and I'm sure there's 11 more of these or so out there. I can't imagine it's worth quite 500. 450 maybe.
He blinks at you, mentioning that that it's a set of 12, and looks a little like astonished that the man with the weird mask is telling him intimate details about his jewelry sorcerers. But he kind of looks at you and then down at the piece again and then back up at you, and roll persuasion with advantage.
Do it, Leon.
Please be good. Please be cheaper.
That
Oh,
one is
Oh!
what?
This
Oh,
man's
yeah.
cheating at D&D.
You can see a bead of sweat forming at his temple, and he nods and says, yes, 450 sounds manageable. Will still allow us a profit, and I do believe you are correct that it being a piece of a set does in fact impact the value, though how you know that. Truly, you must be a renowned collector of rare arcane trinkets, my friend. Behind that mask, there is a genius.
well, I'm no genius, but thank you. And years of being around such expensive items pays off.
Yes,
I'll
it
let
does that. I can attest to just as much. Who will be paying, may I inquire? I can package it for you. Would you like a box? Would you like...
I do have one other kind of bit of a negotiation for this price. What if we also looked into the supply that you have incoming and see if we can help that?
The supply? Oh, you mean on its way in from Alexandria?
Yes.
Well, I'm not even sure as to the details behind the delay, just that there seems to be something clogging up the trade routes. I mean, if you looked into it, you could just head east along the main road into Spira, and once you hit the Grand Fork, head south, and you should eventually reach Alexandria heading through But I couldn't ask you to do that for us. We already have Imperial scouts headed into the air. We've lodged a complaint with both the city and the Empire, and we're doing everything we can, but, bureaucracy.
I'm sure if we work out some sort of agreement, we can negotiate the price down a little bit further and go look into it ourselves, along with help support the business, because it is a fine establishment.
Oh, well, I thank you. I'm not sure what discount I could give for promises of investigation into these issues. It's not really ours to take care of. We pay them for their wares, but if they can't get them to us, we don't pay. It's no loss on our end until they arrive. So we're just saddened that we are unable to purchase such fine wares. However, the price you have laid out does seem fair.
We're gonna look to Rhea and Leon and kind of whisper to them, do you want to help pay?
Wait, would they get the price down too?
450. Rhea will... Oh, sure. And she'll reach into her pocket and put up 225 gold, so she will pay half of it.
Get you a sugar mama that will just pay 225 gold without question.
They're both nobles, and one's a freaking thief.
Wait,
what
Rhea's a noble?
Rhea is a noble?
She comes from a noble family or whatever. A well-known one, at least, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leon. Or Rhea.
I'll take that as Yoga being a little bit clueless.
I don't know.
We'll pay the rest.
It works.
He'll hand over the necklace of dazzling rainbows, and you can add that to your inventory temporarily. I guess you're going to give it to Kleeck, but maybe not. So you leave as Kleeck goes into the, or was there anything else you wanted to do in the jewelry shop? Sorry, we are coming to a close with the downtime stuff.
In there, no, that would be everything. And the last thing is to find a place where we could find more supplies of things for Kleeck.
Gotcha. At this point, for Lucy and Rhea and Leon, it was getting dark. So it's like get to positions time. Same thing with Bron and Brightleaf. So I assume you will be, after having crafted the smoke bomb and the potion of climbing, will also be heading to the docks. And then yoga possibly as well. Kleeck, we're going to do your last thing, which is at the pet store as well.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do that
After
real
that,
quick.
I'll just be running back to the ship and doing one quick thing.
So, okay, as Kleeck, you walk in. There's a number of people, strange and exotic animals, some of which you've never even seen before. And as you walk around, you happen upon a halfling man stocking shelves, and he climbs down a ladder and turns and does a double take. What? All right. Can I help you, sir?
I don't suppose you have birds of prey.
Birds of prey.
Raptors, hawks.
No, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, well, no, we do. Are you
I need a
looking
hunting
for
companion, something trained.
falcon,
that I can work
eagle,
with.
hawk, raven, pigeon, crow? What are you looking for?
Preferably something a
could've sworn
falcon and
someone was-
eagle are similar.
I believe we have. I believe we have an eagle for you. Let me go take a look. You're funny. This is funny.
This is hilarious.
He comes back with a cage with a bald eagle in it, and it's a young male bald eagle, and so he doesn't have like the bald head yet. Still sort of that like mottled sort of feather coloration, and you know, as he kind of flaps and spreads his wings wide in the cage that he's in, which is a big cage because even young, this bird's gotten pretty big, and that wingspan is impressive. Even to you, he's pretty large. You know what I mean? Like, you're small, so this bird is pretty large. But as it sights you, go ahead and roll an animal handling check as you give it the bird eye.
Okay.
Your first meeting with the eagle. You
suppose I can
immediately
sweeten the
sense.
deal with food.
Okay, roll with advantage as you offer it food, but at first it's giving you the bird eye and doesn't like you. But then as you reach into your belt, tentatively pull out a piece of probably like jerky or some other cured meat that you've made so you can carry with you. You hand it over, and the bird cocks its head to one side, to the other, lunges forward and pulls it out of your hand and lifts its head, pulls it back in, gives you another look, cocks its head to one side, its eye looking right into yours, and kind of like ruffles its feathers and settles a little bit. Seems to be a little bit more accepting of you. You've got a gift for talking to other birds there, I guess. I ain't never seen him settle like that before. He usually draws blood. I should have told you not to put your hand in there, but I don't know what meat you got, but he likes it.
How well trained is he on that? No.
I mean, he's young. He has a little training. Come back to the glove when you take the hood off. Other than that, though, I mean, he's still young. He's probably going to need his pound of flesh from you. I'm not sure. Have you trained a bird before?
No. I'm sure I can figure it out. Although I wouldn't mind a few pointers to start.
Well, I think maybe you don't know how to talk to the animals, do you?
I'm going to start speaking Auran to the bird.
The bird's just going to perk up. What are you saying to it? Wow, your mic just died as soon as you were starting to talk to the bird.
Kind of convenient, wouldn't you say?
Sorry, I'm back.
Almost like you're
right
lying.
As you started talking, the mic immediately died. What were you saying?
No.
I started speaking Auran to the bird.
Yeah, that's where we stopped. It was going to perk up, but what are you saying?
Do you have any understanding of this?
Let's see, does it? Technically, it doesn't.
Technicallys are stupid.
How would you say it does?
I'm just going to go ahead and say that as a creature of the wind.
Elemental plane of air! Yeah! Even if it can't respond, if it can understand, that's awesome.
Yeah, you get the sense as it looks at you with a little bit different tilt to its head that it does understand you, and the halfling is kind of looking at you like, whoa, I don't know what you just said, but looks like he did. So yeah, I don't think you're going to have many problems training this guy if you can talk to him like that.
Yeah, I think I'll do all right. Back in common.
All right. Well, then.
I always had plenty of fresh meat.
Oh, then I guess for food you're probably going to be fine then.
It may not be my pound of flesh I have to train him with.
Does
I guess that's fine.
Shopkeep recognize Kleeck in
He did a double take it first, so yes, he actually did. You're not going to eat it, are you? You said hunting partner, yeah?
Yeah.
Just checking. Sorry.
General companion and possibly guard animal. I've been having security issues.
You don't say. There are a few people in here.
Invaded.
Ooh, get a lot of that around here lately. There are actually a few in here earlier talking about trying to find a gift for a black raven bird, Aarakocra. And I'm wondering, do you know a lady in fancy armor with white hair, little halfling lady with red hair, and tall silent dude with a mask?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were in here trying to find something nice for you, something shiny. I didn't know what to give them, what to tell them to get, but you're looking for an eagle, and it's funny. They thought you might want a bird, but they didn't know. So here you are, wanting an eagle. I think it's kind of funny, but this guy, you can give him a name, but his name right now is Antonio, and you can do what you want with it, but that's 25 gold for this beauty, and he looks like he kind of wants to come with you. So honestly, I'll knock it down to 20.
25? Only 20?
Yeah, it's we got a lot going on here.
Please. I'm gonna hand him over 3 platinum.
Let me just you can keep the cage. Let me go get you the glove and get you some he really likes smoked meats. If you so he kind of like
do that.
Are you sure? I mean, he's like halfway between like going to grab and get things.
Drying and smoking. And as he leaves, I'm gonna just take the bird out of the cage, let him sit on my arm.
Please do another animal handling check.
I don't suppose I can sweeten the deal with food again.
You can try. It's a different DC though, with advantage. Go ahead.
Okay, there goes another day of rations. Come
Feed
on.
the beast. All right, a 16 will do it. He will come out of the cage, kind of looking around, like, and other people, and this is as you're leaving, so you're not quite out the door yet. You've just kind of like.
I'm not even leaving. I'm
Yeah,
waiting for the guy. The guy was on his way to go get the other materials, and I just let him out with none of it.
Yeah, so another customer's
I'm
gonna be like, what are you doing? And they like run out of the place and like cause a little bit of a hubbub.
I'm gonna speak to him in Orin. Do you really like any of those hoods or gloves or limited materials? They feel so constricting.
As he steps out of the cage onto your arm, he kind of grips it a little bit with his claws, and you see him give a little bit of a shrug with his shoulders. Like, the claws dig into you, and it hurts a little bit, and it seems like he's trying to imply that, like, it's a nice thing to grip, the glove at least, but...
The hood seems the worst to me. I can't imagine. I don't think I would like that.
He nods a few times.
Alright, so maybe I'll think about the glove. Maybe that'll even help keep my feathers from catching on my bowstring sometimes. But I won't do the hood if you'll work with me.
So he kind of like
sagely
fluffs up his
nod.
feathers a little bit and sagely bird nods as he comes back with the hood, the glove, and
he comes back and he just sees two birds nodding to each other and understanding.
Yep. He's like, "All right, looks like this is all figured out. Then I got what you might need," and he hands you all the supplies you can take, what you want or don't. The falconer's, or I guess eagler's glove, the hood, which I think you're gonna not take. And then just some smoked meats that they're throwing in because you paid extra and it was already rations they were going to give the bird. So,
yep, I'll take whatever smoked meats they give me. How many days rations would that be?
I mean, for the bird, it ends up being like a week.
Okay.
So they give him a week's worth of food for this bird. Which
can I just add that to my rations?
Yeah, but it'll be less for you because you're bigger. So I don't know.
So it's like every day of rations I have, like 2 for him?
3. So for you, it's going to end up being like 2 days of rations, basically.
Okay. I plan on just sharing my food with him.
That's fine.
Which is the only reason I'm going to add
collect
it to my
food.
rations.
That's what you do, so it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so you're leaving with your bird now and flying back to the boat where the west team has assembled, the east team has assembled, and it is now dark. And it looks like...
First, before I go assembling,
okay,
I would like to go back to the boat. I would like to instruct the bird to just stay in the crow's nest. He can fly around. Just make
Lucy,
sure
Leon, and Rhea will be arriving at the place just before you, as they left while you were still doing the thing. So you'll be coming back as they're on board. So everyone's kind of meeting on board as Kleeck arrives.
First thing I am going to do is still land on the crow's nest and just give him a perch on the edge of it. I'm going to keep the glove on. I'm going to keep it on my right arm. And I assume he would have just flown next to me. I didn't even take the cage.
Rhea, Lucy, Leon, and Yoga, yeah, of course. They all see you arrive with an eagle on your arm, and you're up in the crow's nest with an eagle futzing around.
I am talking to it in a weird, squawky language. Just
hey,
gonna
Lucy,
set it down on the edge.
Looks like Kleeck made a friend. Looks like he did want a bird.
Oh. I probably wouldn't have guessed that bird, but...
Right?
It's kind of a cool bird. Is that an eagle?
I don't know.
Yoga's still kind of like in his meditative stance, but he kind of looks up and says, "Are we ready?"
Oh, Yoga. This is needing your expertise. And we'll show the scroll thing.
Alright, DM, is it Aquan or Celestial? Those are the languages I know.
It's not Aquan, it's Auran. If you knew Primordial, you would understand Auran, but if you know one of the other specific dialects, you don't understand the other dialects, is from what I understand of it.
It is not.
Because, like, all the dialects are derived from Primordial, and if you know Primordial, you can understand all of them, but if you understand a specific one, you can't understand all the others. Or something like that.
I have Ogwan because of Tortle.
Yeah, that's the water.
You do not understand the writing. However, looking at the glyphs and things, you can clearly tell that it is a spell scroll.
Yeah, so I'll tell them, well, I can't read it, but I could probably identify it. And so I'll begin casting Identify as a ritual.
All right. If y'all are going to chat, you may chat for a moment while I tell Yoga what it is.
I am going to drop down.
Well, hey, Kleeck.
Hey.
We were just at the pet store. What's your friend's
you guys
name?
were asking about for me. That's Ollie. BRB.
Sure. All right. So since he's BRBing, I am going to say that Yoga, after you finish ritual casting Identify on this spell scroll, you find that it is a spell scroll for the spell Galder's Speedy Courier.
What? Is that an actual
good
spell?
One. That's a good one.
Is that...
It's a good one.
It is an actual spell.
Oh.
It is an interesting spell. It is an actual spell.
Okay, I kind of need to look this up.
All of Galder's spells.
Galder's Speedy Courier.
Actually, wait, that does something.
Scrolls are single use, if I understand.
That is correct.
Ooh.
Can you copy a spell off a scroll into a book?
Yes, you can. That's one of the wizard features.
And the scroll is lost, I believe, when you do that. So you consume the magic in the scroll to put it permanently into your spell book.
Also, I think it was kind of an
but
Arcana
it costs
check.
money and time.
I think it's also Arcana check, but I always thought that was bullshit. But
I'm gonna not run that. I think that that's unnecessary because I don't know. I guess it'd be different if it were currently, like it is, a spell slot higher than you're able to do. Then it's like you don't understand it enough to maybe do it right.
Yeah,
but if you can understand it, then I think you can copy it in and not have an issue. At least that's how I would run it. It seems dumb. I don't know. I'm going to rule that you don't have to roll Arcana to copy a spell scroll into your book that you can cast of a level.
So. Regardless, I'm probably not doing that, at least not this moment, but I'm still trying to read the spell.
Yep. So that's what you find, and that was the one that was hidden in the bottom of the chest. Well, Kleeck, I'm really glad that you made a friend. Can you talk to him like Lucy can talk to the Reginald?
Lucy can talk to the bat?
I mean, she said she could.
Oh. Well, yeah, I can. He speaks.
Whoa. That's really incredible, Kleeck. I didn't know you could talk to animals.
More just birds of prey than anything. They're the smart, or particularly intelligent ones. Ravens and crows generally can understand more or less. They can't speak it, but they get the idea.
Is Ollie really smart?
He's an eagle. He's a bird of prey. I probably couldn't speak. If I were talking to like a songbird, it probably wouldn't be quite as good. They might get something, but the smarter birds are better at understanding precise messages.
Huh.
They used to be used as messengers back in the tribe if we ever got split.
That's pretty smart. I mean, I bet they can fly even faster than you can. Look at how big his wings are. Yeah.
We're just as light for bones and stuff.
Is he gonna stay here with the pig and the bat?
Yeah, I intend to bring him along. He'll be a hunting companion, and he'll also watch my nest.
Okay, now that player
for the
knows
record,
what the spell does.
I will mention, bats have many natural predators. Among those are birds of prey, snakes, and raccoons. Keep him out of my nest. I'm looking at Riley. Lucy.
If that doesn't like him,
gotta catch up on that, Kleeck.
Happens, he will have to go.
Oh no, he is very intelligent. I've also instructed him to keep people out of my nest.
Then he does not hurt any of us, even if we do go there.
Keep the bat out of the nest.
Lucy, I've identified the scroll. It's
Oh, real quick. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. I'm gonna hand Lucy 4 coins. 4 particularly shiny coins, one of each kind.
Okay.
1 platinum, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 copper.
I can
All
hear
of
you
them
clicking them off of your
polished.
inventory.
All of them extremely polished to the point of being noticeably different from most other coins. They are not tarnished. They look as if they have been polished for a good while, with lots of effort over a long time. You might want to keep these. Consider it repayment.
Repayment?
Roll insight. Lucy.
Kleeck is wearing a smug smile.
What'd you do?
Oh,
You sense that there's
my
something amiss.
God. No, you
Just-
didn't.
I
No,
figured
you
you might
didn't.
like to have the first of each coin I've ever made.
No, you
Just
didn't.
to know that I appreciate your efforts in attempting to find gifts to make amends. However, that doesn't mean I didn't strike back.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
What did you do, Kleeck?
You trashed my nest first.
Ray is going to look at Lucy like, I don't know what's going on. What's going on?
What did you do?
I've given you
Yo.
sentimentally important items to me that I care about.
What did you do?
I made a mess of your nest too.
Yeah, our eyes are just gonna be red. Kleeck, what did you do?
Ray is going to go and head into ship. Oh, by luck, Kleeck, what did... This is... Lucy!
Kleeck,
Lucy,
tell
come
me how
in
before
here.
you look.
He's just cracking up.
So Rhea continues to call you into
You wiped
your
bat
cabin.
guano all over all of the things I worked to make and to lay out and to make my room comfy. I just return the favor.
Yoga's
Yoga,
gonna give the
you
equivalent
might want to go
of
down there. You're gonna go need to help him clean that up.
So
And
you're
I'll
gonna
toss Yoga a platinum for the trouble.
you're going to enter your cabin and you're going to find that rotten tomatoes and eggs have been splattered all over everything. Tanning oil has been thrown across things. Dyes and paints have been splattered across things. A good share of it in the bed, and the guano from the skins has also been wiped on the walls and different things. And Reginald is just cowering in the corner of his. Don't let him come back, man. Don't let him come back. He was crazy, man. He was throwing stuff everywhere. He was wild. You see some feathers on the floor because he did get a little wild. But Reginald seems a little traumatized, and it smells horrible in here.
We're gonna just turn, walk back to Kleeck.
Kleeck is gonna go up to his crow's nest real quick.
We have the diamond thing, right? Or do Bright have it?
The diamond thing, yeah, you have it.
Yeah, we're just gonna walk up the side up to the crow's nest.
You'd have to climb up to get up to the crow's nest.
Yeah, well, then we'll
Are
climb
you
that
walking?
way.
Are you okay? So you climb up to the entrance to it. So you're about 20 feet above the deck, just below the nest part of the crow's nest. Yeah.
So we'll climb up there with and get next to Kleeck.
The eagle also looks at you.
You might want to fly off in Orin.
We're just gonna take out the diamond thing, shove it at him. I got you a gift.
I won't take this.
It's very shiny if you put a light to it.
I know you were looking for gifts for me. I talked to the guy at the pet store, but
The
I
guy
had
was
already
originally
done this.
selling it for 500 gold.
Again, I won't take it.
Take it,
I don't need the repayment.
then clean my room.
I will help do it. I've had my fun, and I'll be honest, I did have fun doing it. But are we done? I think we're both a little tired
Are you
of it.
sure you don't want the diamond thing?
Not if it's begrudging. If we can end this on even ground, I'll take it. Because I respect the effort you went through to get it, and that you really tried to pick something out for me.
Hey, Bron. I
If we
wonder
can
what
end
they're
it.
doing on the other side of the river.
Oh God, poor Bron!
Taking their sweet time is what I think.
Yeah, Yoga
Meanwhile,
is kind of like, I'm standing here with the scroll deciphered, and it's getting late. We need to get into position. This is heartwarming, but I don't think we have
meanwhile,
enough.
on the east side of the river, in Imperial lands, Brightleaf and Bron, you are roll stealth checks, I guess, the both of you.
I click guidance.
Absolutely. And so that is a 20 and a 15.
Oops, I don't know why I rolled twice.
No, I took the 17 because that was first. So plus the 3, 20 and a 15. So between the two of you, you find a shelter in one of the alleyways. The Imperial Land, like I said, it's a lot more cluttered than the lands in Western Sichuan. So as the two of you are kind of chilling in the alleyway, sticking to the shadows, it begins to get dark. And at this point, it's been many hours, and the ferry has come to rest on this side of the river that you're on the eastern side. And so as the two of you kind of stick through the shadows, as they lengthen and the sun fully sets and twilight turns to dusk, dusk turns to twilight, turns to, the depths of night, you find that you are waiting. Roll a perception check. Do you want Brightleaf to help you with advantage? Or
Yes,
do you
please.
want to... So roll perception with advantage, please. As the two of you are on watch. Okay, cool. It would have been disadvantage to cancel it out because of time and vision, but this area that you're in a shadowed area, but it's pretty well lit over by the pier, the terminal, as it is. And after a short while, especially with that 20, you and Brightleaf are going to see first 1, then 2, then 3 of those same sort of brutish thugs that you saw before, kind of slowly, one by one, kind of head out of the shadows in different areas, near the docks, and make their way on board onto the into the ferry. Then slowly another, and then you hear and the wicker of horses, the small the slight creak and clatter of wheels of wagons, as first one wagon drawn by 2 horses, then another, and then finally a 4th one, all slowly draw themselves onto the barge. And as they come to a stop on the barge, you see a number of people get out. And go ahead and roll another perception check for me, please. This one can also be at advantage as you are assisted. So you get a 15 plus whatever you roll for guidance. So with a 16, you're going to see a number of figures kind of clamber out of some of these wagons here, and you can see with that 16 that there appear to be more shapes inside, not humanoid, more maybe like crates and barrels and other items, but you see a number of figures, humanoid, all sort of human shaped and sized. Some maybe a little bulkier than humans in that maybe they're wearing some sort of armor. You see the glint of steel across, the distance intervening. You're maybe like 300 feet away, hidden in an alleyway, peeking out onto the docks, or not docks, but like the terminal sort of thing. So you have a good eye on it. But at this distance, you can't really make out faces of them because it is pretty dark on the barge. But pretty shortly after you see people kind of crawling out, you see the gate on the back of the barge kind of lift up, and you start to hear the steady clink, 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 and the barge starts to ever so slowly move away from your side of the river.
So that's interesting.
Do you think that's what they were talking about?
It's pretty likely. I feel like we should have followed them onto the barge.
We still can. You have that ring, don't you?
Yeah, you're right, but only one of us can get across at once.
You keep the ring. I'll worry about that for myself.
Very well. I'll start making my way across the river.
Okay. She is actually going to move across the shoreline, so you're going to split up a little bit. You go ahead and roll stealth. Are you just moving across the river like in parallel to it, or are you moving closer to the barge itself?
I want to try to be as close to the barge as possible. Maybe like walking along, like right next to it under the rails, per se.
Okay, cool. So you're going to try and get up close to it. So, okay, you got a 14. You are going to see Brightleaf running along the kind of shoreline. You are now closer to it. Let's see. It moves really slow, so it's maybe by the time she gets to the pier or like that terminal pier area, it's still maybe only like 15, 20 feet away from the terminal. So like a really long leap would make it. Let me make a stealth roll for her. So they absolutely don't see her as she darts through the shadows. In fact, you don't have dark vision, so it's not really an issue. But anyone who would or does wouldn't see her either, because that's how Gloomstalkers work. But you are going to hear nothing as she kind of disappears from view for you. And go ahead and roll stealth for me again. And this time you have plus 10 on top of whatever other modifiers.
Damn. All right, 28.
All right, so you are able to walk right up to the railing and kind of hunker underneath it. And after a moment, you're just kind of walking along, standing next to it, like hunkered down. You see Brightleaf kind of crawl up from underneath the water and kind of surface her head. Go, and as she comes up, you see that she is kind of using her knife to stab into the side of it to give grip and hold on to it, because it is a wood barge. But other than that, you can tell that she has put up some sort of cloak of shadows. It's the pass without a trace, and you feel that you are not making any noise. In fact, as she surfaced, it made no noise at all. So the two of you are now attached to and walking with the fairy, and I'm going to change maps.
Ooh.
I'll give a little thumbs up as she comes out from the water.
Yeah, she's going to give a thumbs up to you with her free hand. Hold on with the other. So I'm going to go ahead and reveal some of this. Oh, sorry, that's not what I'm doing. I'm going to reveal some of this. As we go ahead and drop yourself into the area of the revealed area, I guess. Yeah, okay, let me get Brightleaf for you. All right, so the two of you would be up against the side of the ship, kind of like holding on to it. And I will reveal a bit more. From where you are, you don't really have of what's within the ship, but you do recall its general size. So I'm going to give that to you now by revealing the sides of it. Such. So from your position now, Bron, can kind of try to peek over the edge if you want, but it'll take a little bit of climbing because it is resting a little high above the water line. So, do you want to try and like climb up and give it a peek, or you want to kind of just listen in from here? What are we looking to do?
I'm going to drink the potion of climbing.
Okay, that makes it very easy to climb. So you have a climbing speed equal to your movement speed now. You can easily climb up, no athletics check required.
Yeah, so I want to quickly peek up and see what's what.
All right, so as you take a peek up, I'm going to reveal everything aboard. I'm going to ask you to make a perception check and a stealth check at the same time, and you still have the plus 10. Perception, okay, 14. That was survival.
It's the same. Stealth is plus 2.
Okay, so I mean it's just a 15, so it's a 25. So 25 stealth and a perception of 14. So yeah, I'll go ahead and reveal what you would see. So the thing with the horses, they technically count as large creatures. They don't take up a 10-foot by 10-foot square, but I'm just trying to be considerate of the rules here. So that's what you see. A number of thugs are working the winches as they pull the chain along, and you hear the steady clinking. It's kind of obscuring some of the speech, but you can see over to your left, there appears to be a number of armored Imperial soldiers sitting with a fellow in red robes that appears to be some sort of mage. That seems to be pretty evident. And he has his head in his hands and seems to be moping about something while the soldiers around him, most of them look pretty annoyed, but one of them kind of has his hand on his shoulder and is trying to like make him feel better. You also see a gentleman on the corner over here who appears to be on watch, looking out along the shoreline and kind of like he seems to be paying attention to see if anything is near the boat. He clearly missed the two of you. You can also see some guards kind of walking around inspecting the crates and the carts that are on the boat. But mostly you can see this foppish gentleman chatting with one of these tough-looking fellows and making some... you can't really tell what they're saying, but he seems to make something that makes the other man laugh. And they come and he sits down, and I'm going to have... Let's see, you rolled a 25, so I'm going to go ahead and roll a perception check for him. Mr. Earl, how many rolls does it take? Okay, so... No, he doesn't notice you, which is good news for you. So he sits down and says, I tell you, Beeswell, these landless are such fools. Ah, I could never be landless, you know. Oh, I hear you, sir. Yes, it's just so bloody lucrative having this ferry. Well, if I may as to inquire, sir, about that back pay? Yes, no, of course. These midnight excursions, you've been pulling double shifts all week, as have I. When you can speak with the mayor about back pay for me too, then we can talk about that later. I mean, you said as much last week, but I mean, me and the boys are... Yes, I'll see to it that your shares are increased. Don't worry about it. We have other things to press on with tonight. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be good to watch it burn, huh? Yes. It's always good to watch things burn. But I will not be there, so you can just enjoy it yourself then and tell me how it goes. Why not? Yeah, I'll do just that. And kind of heads off and goes and chats with one of the other fellows. Brightleaf taps you on the hip and kind of shrugs up and makes a motion like,
I'll kind of pull my head down, not peeking up anymore, and kind of whisper everything that I just heard to Brightleaf.
She'll blink a few times, squint, then nod and look back at you and shrug a little bit, but then make a motion like, go ahead and keep listening, I guess.
Yep, I'll peek back up.
Okay, so he's just going to be sitting there for a minute. He appears to be reading through a piece of parchment of some kind, like a scroll that he has, and after a couple minutes, he kind of like snickers to himself and rolls it back up and slides it into a sleeve, an inner sleeve of his cloak. Not one of the sleeves, but like, an inner pocket in his cloak, and kind of stands up and roll stealth again as he walks past you. I want to see if his passive perception beats you in that moment, because he's not looking for you.
I cast guidance.
That's fair. So
Ooh.
you have plus 10 though, so it's an 18 plus 4 is a 22. So 22 is going to beat his passive, and he's going to walk right past you none the wiser.
I may be a stickler.
Yeah.
Does guidance have verbal components?
Does it?
Oh my god, let me check.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
you can mumble verbal components. I would think it would easily be able to be
verbal and somatic.
So you have to wave a hand and say something. Okay. Good to know. 2d20. So you rolled a 22. He rolled a 23.
Oh no.
Shit.
Oh no.
So as you mumble guidance to try and like hide from him as he walks past, he's going to turn, like stop suddenly and turn and suspiciously, like he already looks suspicious, turn like one eye slowly towards you. And how are you going to react as he's about
literally as I see him turning even slightly, I just quickly duck down.
So okay, as you duck down, you hear that he stopped. Like you can't hear footsteps. Brightleaf is looking at you with wide eyes now, like what happened?
I'm just holding one
and you're
finger in front of my mouth, like
and you're going to hear another creak as he steps one step closer to the side. And go ahead and, I guess, roll one last stealth check, you and Brightleaf both, as he begins to peer over the side.
oh no.
Brightleaf gets a 23.
Oh my jeez.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
Well,
Rolls a
I mean,
4. It's a 20.
it's because of the pass without a trace.
I know. Yeah.
So I'm going to. He thought he saw someone. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So he doesn't see Brightleaf, but he does see. Oh, it's 2d20. So yeah, no, he's not going to see. He's not going to see Bron. If you have a 20, and he only has a 15, because that should have been advantage, because he's looking for something. He's not going to see either of you, because the pass without a trace will make you blend into the shadows. So even as you hang there, and Brightleaf is like stabbed into the thing, like clinging to the side of the lip of it, you're both going to see Lord Earl put one hand and then the other on the railing and peer over the side and look almost directly at you. But in the darkness, he's just going to kind of, his eyes are going to go back and forth. And he's going to look puzzled and start to lean back. And you're going to hear from farther down, "You see something, boss?" No, just must have been my imagination. And you
Classic.
hear a creak as he steps away
go burr.
and continues heading down the way. The guards step aside, but you can't hear the conversation as you are still crouched down, hiding. Brightleaf is looking at you like, I thought I was going to have to stab him.
I thought I was gonna have to bring him back. Yeah. I had a plan. I was gonna cast fucking silence and then just pull him overboard.
Maybe that would have been better after what you heard.
Yeah. Missed my chance.
It's okay. I'm sure that everything we've learned will be very helpful. What next?
We just stay here and we'll see what happens.
She nods and just holds on and says, I think I can keep the shadows up for another 45 minutes.
I think that'll be enough.
Sure enough, you are about 1/4 of the way across, and it appears to take about an hour to get from one side to the other. It being not super fast, but pretty, reliable of a method of transportation with that thick chain, with that thick feed line on the top side of it, and with 6 burly men working the winch, it's moving about as fast as they can get it going. So, add magic, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, you continue to hold on. Are you going to try and listen in again, or just hold on?
I'm definitely gonna try listening some more. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and you can either move closer to where the discussion is, or you can try and listen from where you are. It's a lot easier for you to do moving now that you can walk on water and climb with no issue. So Brightleaf will kind of stay where she is, holding herself above the water, stabbed into the side of it. I'm actually going to make her roll an athletics check real quick, and she is not the most athletic. She's good, though. She's able to hold on. So yeah, go ahead and roll a stealth check to get closer. You got to stay within how many feet? 20, 30 in order to have the ability. Yeah, 31, you're good. So with a 31, you're able to sneak over and peek over the edge. And you see this nobleman, as he steps up and speaks to this kind of moping, red-robed, mage-looking character. He says, are you going to perform tonight, or keep up with the waterworks? I didn't know that your kind could cry. Don't the tears just burn up in the ducts or something? And the mage-looking fellow looks up and says, It's not sadness. It's you wouldn't understand. No, surely I wouldn't. I'm not like you bookish magical types. I will say I appreciate you being able to control yourself on my boat all of these times. I know that things can get difficult out there. And the mage is kind of like just shuddering through the words as if it's bothering him to be reminded of these things, but the context is a little lacking. Just remember, when you come back, if you are going to have another episode, I would please, and he seems to be saying this more to the soldiers around him, keep him quiet next time. It's going to make matters a little more difficult, if you catch my drift. And the soldiers look to each other, but they look a little perturbed, both by the idea and the correctness of it. And Lord Earl is going to walk on back and take a seat, and I'm going to have him roll another perception check as he walks past you. He's not going to see you. If he had rolled a 20, he wouldn't have seen you. So he kind of just sits there and chills for the longest time. You see him produce a glass of wine. After a short while, he goes to like a what appears to be some sort of wine cask that he has brought aboard, and pops it, unstoppers it, fills up a glass and sips just as in his image there. He is quite the fellow. And after another 45 minutes or so, we will actually go to the other side of the party and what have you get ready? Barge eventually arrives. Where are you hiding? What are you doing?
Yeah, after this, can we kind of call it because I don't want to be up too late because I do got work in the morning.
That's totally fine.
I guess we're kind of resuming off the last part.
Okay. Real quick, let me ask, Bron, when you say you want to go through with your plan, because he's closer now, what do you mean? Do you mean you want to try and pull him off the side of the boat using silence and all that?
Straight up. Bring Brightleaf in on the plan.
I guess let's do this real quick because this would happen before they get to the others. Okay. Well, actually, all right. We'll get to this. We'll get to Bron and Brightleaf executing the plan in a sec. I want to hear how everyone's prepped because they might be like halfway through, and you'll see them in the middle of the river when this happens. So
yeah, Kleeck would probably stay above, keep tabs on what's going on. He's hard to see against the night sky.
So Kleeck, you're flying above. You can see the barge.
Yeah, I won't get too close to pick out individual people.
Okay.
Can I make a perception check to spot Brightleaf and Bron on there?
Sure. Go with disadvantage because it's dark and you don't have dark vision, and they are hidden. And okay, so
no chance.
And they're at like 31s and 25s and stuff right now. So you don't know where they are. You don't see them at all.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so Kleeck's in the sky.
I'll relay to the party at one point that I don't know where Bron and Brightleaf are, but the barge is on the way.
Yoga, Lucy, Leon. Ray.
We lost you, Bran. What did you say?
What about Yoga, Lucy, Leon, and Rhea? What are y'all up to? I of course am Rhea, but what are y'all up to?
Well, if we go off last events, would have went down the.
Let me go back to city view for everyone.
So we went down the crow's nest, like having a tear, like roll down one eye, and then would have went over to yoga to see what the scroll was.
Yeah, for time's sake, I'm just gonna. Did you know what Galder's Speeder Courier does, or?
I kind of looked it up, so I guess we'll
yeah.
learn
So I
that.
explained that. I explained that.
We also want to kind of see.
You're saying you can send something anywhere? Wow.
I'm looking at everyone as like, we really need to get in position.
Yeah, you're right.
And Yoga's like kind of like already starting to walk off. Like
Yeah. At this point in the darkness, peering across the river, you can see that the barge has already started to push off, and Kleeck has begun running messages back and forth. So yeah, you can start to move down up from the docks to get into position. Are you trying to hide as you do this, or just looking inconspicuously on the other side?
To Kleeck or to us?
He's been going back and forth the whole time, but yeah.
He's letting everyone know.
What did
he
Kleeck inform us on?
Everyone know what he's. The barge is coming. He didn't know where Brightleaf and Bron were. There was military-looking people in a bunch of carts there.
All right. It's time for a sending spell.
Also, can I have my falcon out with me?
Sure, he's flying with you.
Yeah. Okay.
Brennan, I'd like to send a sending spell as soon as I get this
calling him
week.
Falcon.
Sure. Kleeck has given you the message. The party is heading to someplace to hide, I guess. Rhea rolled her hide. She's hidden pretty well underneath a cart.
So,
yeah.
Where is Kleeck like when he delivers this? Because I think I just want to straight up camp out the like.
Also, DM, can I Eagle, traits, keen sight, advantage on perception checks that rely on. Assuming I ask it to help me, could I make a perception check for it as well? I know there's a bit of a retcon, so I understand. If no,
it's fine. Its advantage would counter the disadvantage for nighttime, so it'd be 1d20 plus 4.
Yep. Are you rolling that?
Sure. 1d20 plus 4. Why don't you roll it because it's yours?
Yeah.
I was asking about, did Kleeck get to us before we split up? Because I don't know where. Oh my god.
The eagle's blind.
Yeah, Eagle doesn't see nothing. He just.
Does Kleeck
all
send
right.
the message before or after? Because I assume I think
You're
Yoga
heading
is
up
kind-
there. Like, I'm assuming you're somewhere between when you left the boat and when you arrived there, because Ray is hiding. She's
Yeah,
there.
Kleeck would have gotten there early. He
Yeah, I'm
would've flown
assuming
ahead.
everyone's on their way there or already there.
Okay.
Also,
Check
someone
if
mentioned
you're
10 feet
standing out.
faster earlier. I said probably not. It actually is 10 feet faster than
It
flying
is. Exactly.
All
That's
right.
cool.
As soon as I get this message from Kleeck, I'm gonna send a sending to Bron.
All right. Bron, you're going to hear a message in your head.
Oh god, I gotta type this out. I gotta think about this. It's 25 words.
This will probably be before you strike.
All right.
So once you finish the message, Yoga, Bron, you'll hear this like as you're prepping to strike, as Lord Earl is sipping his second glass of wine on the barge.
1, 2,
Right.
3, 4, 5, 6. That's less than 25. I've typed it because that's easier. So,
All right. I'd like to say. Ah, geez, 25 words.
Yeah, I probably also would have said you have 25 words just in case Bron's unfamiliar with the spell.
I'll say lots of guards and Imperials on the barge. Taking a lord. Get ready.
You what?
Only Yoga would have heard it because it was a mental message, and no words would have been spoken on either sending side. But Bron and Yoga know they spoke with each other.
So I'll make quick mention that we should be ready for anything. So,
All right.
when
Yoga,
Yoga,
Lucy, Leon, stealth, or
Yes.
I am actually going to outright just allow myself to kind of be near the ferry, near the river. Unless someone comes up to me, I'm just kind of looking at the barge.
okay. So yeah, anyone who's hiding, stealth, and then anyone who's not, just where are you and what are you doing as you wait? So Yoga's going to stand out in the open unless challenged.
I'm almost direct. Like I'm probably only 30 feet off from the booth area where you'd.
Fair. You're close by.
I'll be flying up in the air.
Yoga,
But
you
I'll
can
roll
actually
stealth.
see that there's one sort of thuggish fellow kind of hanging out near the booth. He glances over at you and seems kind of intrigued because you're a turtle, but otherwise shrugs and goes back to kind of just watching the river as the barge slowly inches its way towards that pier. Kleeck, you're pretty well hidden. Leon, you're pretty well hidden.
Yeah,
Lucy?
I'm flying up in the air. I'm a
Are
black
you
bard
also
against
going to
the
be?
night sky.
Yeah, you're doing great.
So the first thing we wanted to kind of do was to try to determine if we can understand why the parents sent the spell thing.
Oh yeah. It doesn't seem that there's a particular reason other than that you asked for a secure container with which to send more later messages. You had requested a specific kind of chest to put messages into because couriers are less trustworthy. You have been given a trustworthy courier.
Spells work more than once, or are they like
No.
one times?
Scrolls are
But-
single use. But it's
but-
one sending.
It's of use for something that is immediate, and so it was kind of like a here's a way to solve that problem at least one for now.
You could even, if you wanted to prompt Yoga to learn it for multiple uses, it's a kind of costly spell, and honestly, Yoga wouldn't be interested unless you prompted him.
Well, and you have the money to pay for its usage a number of times, so
Yeah.
Wait. I will worry about that later.
Yeah.
The other thing we would have done is whatever kind of close, tall building that we can go up on is what we would have done. and
okay.
head on there.
Okay, so you can easily climb anything because of so the closest thing would probably be one of the buildings in the docks if you wanted to be closer, or probably the bell tower on the Civic Center, which is the tallest building in this general area. So do you want to be closer or do you want to be taller? You have a pretty good sight line from there to the barge, actually. But it's in the more extended in the docks you have a much better sight line. But from the tower you can see it pretty well, but you're at the almost at the end range sort of thing. Like you can't do as much from there.
Right. I guess we'll just be by the docks or whatever, and we also have 120 feet of dark vision. Try to watch
Perfect.
the barge.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll stealth as well if you're hiding. Otherwise, I'm standing on the roof. Okay, excellent stealth rolls, everyone. Wow. All like 15 plus. Except for Leon's, but that's okay. So in general, your averaged out stealth roll 20. So y'all are doing pretty good. So as that message goes to you, Bron, you've already sent back that you're about to do something. So
one last thing.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
When Kleeck came to give us that info, we would also set what kind of soldiers are they? Or
the blue ones.
Oh, so the red ones are actually the ones.
Oh, I was thinking the blue ones were Imperial for some reason.
Nope.
Sorry.
It's all right. Red ones.
Red ones! I'm sorry. I'm a little bit colorblind.
At night, it's hard. Maybe he did say blue ones. I don't know. What did you say, Kleeck? Blue or red?
I can't tell. It's dark.
All right, well, that's the answer. He can't tell. It's dark.
Perception, I'm just going to say I probably can't tell. Let's be honest.
Hey, that's fair. So as we go back to Bron and Brightleaf, Bron saying, Brightleaf, prep yourself. We're about to take the Lord, having just responded to Yoga's message. Bron, how are you going to do this? How do you want Brightleaf to play into it? How do you want to execute your plan here?
So I'd very much like to cause some kind of distraction, like throw something onto the middle of the deck to get just everybody's attention to that point, away from the side of the barge. But first, I want to take off my ring, the water walking one, and hand it to Brightleaf. I will not be needing it.
She takes it and puts it on, and suddenly she's up out of the water and standing on top of it, and kind of you can see that there's a little bit of relief there. Like she's gotten a little tired from holding on to and being super cold in the water, but yeah, she's good. She's got it.
Okay. So what I want to do is I want to cast Silence directly on the ledge next to me, so that it will cover the Lord and 10 feet into the water.
Yeah, okay. So let me just draw a quick circle for us. Oh, wait. No, that didn't do it right. So what is it like? Is it like...
It's a 20-foot radius.
20-foot radius. Oh, so that's going to be a lot bigger than that. So... 20-foot radius. That means... like...
something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that, actually.
That's about right. Yeah.
I just as I give the ring to Brightleaf, I put my hood over my face. I'm just like, the Lord and I are going for a swim. Find us on the southeast side of the river near Lorgner.
She nods and says, I'll try to keep with you so they can't see you.
All right. And then, after a little bit of... I dart up, grab the Lord with both arms, and just throw myself...
I'm assuming you say this before you do the silence spell, because you couldn't speak. Of course. So, okay. I'm going to do this with granularity. So, roll stealth real quick, and I'm going to have him roll perception. So you get plus 10 still, so it's a 17. However, he just barely beat you. So as you come over the railing, he's going to see you, and he's suddenly going to kind of drop his cup that he has in his hand, and you're going to see it kind of in slow motion as you're still kind of hauling yourself over the railing and tossing yourself onto the benches there. It's going to hit and bounce, and you're going to see the wine kind of... he's starting to stand up and yell, but there's no noises coming. Everything is slow in the moment, and as you kind of I'm just going to grab you for the moment. As you step forward, go ahead and roll to grapple him because he has seen you and he knows you're coming, so he gets a chance to resist.
So is that athletics?
Or acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
6.
Oh
Oof.
no. It's okay.
Oof.
This guy's really bad at escaping things, I can tell.
You can you? He beats Bron in the moment. One attempt to grasp at him, and he is able to fumble away from you. And with that, I am going to have you roll initiative, but it's only going to be you and the Duke for the moment because no one else notices because it is dead silent, and they were all kind of busy.
Okay, 20.
All right, I think you might beat him. Let's say Lord Earl. Let's add, and then our 20 plus. What was that? Nice. So he gets a 5 in initiative. Bron, you are first, as I'm actually also going to roll Brightleaf because she is there too, and you told her to be ready. So, wasn't it plus 8 or 9 for her? Initiative 8. All right, so Brightleaf with a 14. So you're going to go first. All right, Bron.
All
That's
right,
all you.
we're gonna stick to the plan. I'm just gonna launch at him, try to grapple him, and just even if I trip and fall, and I'm just gonna pull him over the side.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll to grapple him again.
15.
That's a lot better.
That is better. So you're able to grab onto him this time, and as you kind of grab him by his cape and kind of yank on it and pull him closer to your grasp, you get the other arm around him, like you got him in a half Nelson, and you haven't used any movement, so it's your turn, and you have him grappled. That's been your action so far.
Yeah, just pull him over the side into the water.
Okay, easy enough. So you and the Lord Earl, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, and you're both in the water. That's your full movement to pull him off the edge with you.
Worth noting, while
Yeah?
you're grappling a target, you can only move half your speed.
That's
You can-
what happened.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Each movement I said was doubled. So I did 10, 20, and then 30. I guess it would have been 5, 10, 15, because that's all he moved, and it counted as double. In either case, you are correct. Any bonus actions?
Let me look.
I mean, if you can keep him alive, could interrogate too.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna do anything, just gonna hold him under the water and try to swim away with him.
Okay, so that will be your next turn, is that you try and use your action and movement to do that. Brightleaf, for her part, is going to kind of hop up a little bit and climb up onto the railing, and you are going to see her. Well, you can't see her because you're underwater, but she is going to draw her bow and fire a shot at one of the carts, and you're going to see a flaming arrow. Kleeck, you would see this especially because you're flying up above, and anyone who's watching might actually see this, as there's a sudden streak of fire that arcs from one side of the barge inward and hits one of the carts, and the cart's sort of wagon covering slowly starts to ignite and light on fire, and Brightleaf hops back into the water, and there is no splash because of the silent spell, and she joins you. Oh, actually, she doesn't splash. She just lands on the water, and she goes over to where you are on and assists you with kind of grabbing onto Lord Earl. And now between the two of you, you have kind of grappled him, and you now have someone like assisting you as you move away from the ship. He's going to try and escape on his turn. Let's see. It would be...
Remember, escape is contested, so...
Yeah,
dogs should
exactly.
Probably roll athletics to keep him.
It is also his action to do so.
Yes, it is.
Not
his
for Bron to
action.
keep him.
I
But it's
know,
his action to escape.
Yeah.
He is
Yeah,
unable to
Bron.
escape, and you hold him tight. And after a short while, I'm gonna say do one more opposed as you start to swim away, and the barge starts to move in the other direction. So one more opposed check. This time you get advantage, Bron, because Brightleaf has stepped in to help. Let's go ahead and roll.
That's a natural 20.
Oh my goodness! So this is going to be one of those things where he to beat you. It's been that kind of night, but not this time. So, with one last huge bout of effort, he kicks. He tries to tear free. But something about being held slightly underwater by two people after being surprised and slightly drunk in the middle of the night on a barge that you didn't expect to be attacked on has made him unable to fend you off. And he seems to, after a short while without air, go unconscious, which is the typical response. But Bron, you're a little bit of a tougher specimen. You've been held up into the air a little bit better by Brightleaf's help. And the two of you are able to, between the two of you, take the unconscious Lord Earl away from the boat. And no one can see this because they are still within the 1 hour plus 10 pass without a trace stealth bonus, which Brightleaf, upon getting this fellow, is now also adding to the Lord Earl. So the three of you are very stealthy as you swim, carry, walk, whatever, to the southeast part of the river. So let us go back to, and everyone else, for your part, you're going to see that one of the wagons is starting to light on fire, and a number of the you hear cries of panic, and a number of people starting to rush around on the barge, putting out the flames. You can hear horses screaming as the wagon lights up, and let's see, we're about at ending, so let us literally end it with a bang. The fire in the wagon hits something that it shouldn't, and everyone who is watching the river sees a massive explosion, followed by another, and then another, and then another, and the barge is destroyed. Just utterly destroyed.
No.
I don't feel bad for anybody on board except the workers and maybe the horses. But what
evidence
were they carrying?
Wait, actually, a bunch of dead Imperial guards is evidence. Good job, guys. Mission accomplished.
So, if we'd like,
I'm going to tell the bird to go back to the nest.
We can end it there with the Bron and Brightleaf swimming away from the exploding ferry barge as a number of people are thrown off of it and into the around
this is
them.
Straight out of like an action movie, not gonna lie.
And I didn't expect you to just take him in the middle of the night, and I don't think Brightleaf expected a flaming arrow to do that.
Bron is over here playing freaking. He's freaking Sam Fisher over here.
It's actually a really good comparison. What was everything that was kind of going on with what they were saying about like the landless? Because I didn't hear that part.
They were talking about how the landless are great dupes.
Bunch of jerks, them.
I mean, that's an opinion. So I'm going to remove the initiative order since it is no longer important. And if we'd like, we can call it here as the party watches the barge explode. Kleeck, you're probably up in the sky right now, and you just saw
freaking out.
Yeah, you just
telling
saw
my bird to go home,
and you see it start to light on fire, and then you're up in the sky, like, what could have caused? And like you hear panicked shouting, and like a number of people, and then suddenly. And for your part, everyone who's in Sichuan's Western District, there's lights coming on in buildings. They're for being a normally dark town in the night because of all of the distance between the places and all of the greenery and such. the town is as lit up as it gets at night now, with these explosions echoing through it. So there are a number of people, guards included from the barracks, coming to stand at the river's edge and just watch in disbelief as the kind of only method of transportation between the western and eastern part of the city appears to be drifting down the river in flaming pieces. So that's where we're at. How much further do you want to go with this tonight, guys? Because I'm going to have Bron, Brightleaf, and Lord Earl get to. You said the eastern side of the river, so what, near Imrabo land? We're going to go back to City View.
I wanted to go to the southeast side of the river near Lorgner.
Okay, so
where
let's
we
go
all
back
were
to
originally.
Okay,
I had a note I was gonna make. I was gonna just to say before the explosion.
Okay.
Just noticing the thug, I would have probably made light conversation.
Yeah.
So we're probably conversating as this happens. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead. I'd love to hear what Yoga would be talking while this played out.
So Yoga knows what time it is, but he says, "Do you have the time? I have a friend who's supposed to be traveling across the ferry in the very late hours. And I'll place my time a couple hours after what I actually expect the time is to be."
Are you talking to the roughie standing near the? Okay.
The roughie guy.
What? You asking me what time it is? I don't know. Must be a bit past dusk. Hour of the bat, hour of the wolf. Not quite sure.
Oh, I've probably got a few hours before they arrive.
You got someone coming across the ferry at night?
Yeah. I have.
He kind of turns and looks at you. Who do you know that's coming across the ferry at night? Ferry's closed at night, at least for public.
I'll kind of do a double take and I'll kind of whisper. It's a noble lady. Very interesting in turtles.
Oh, a noble lady? Huh. He kind of he's like running it through his head. Like, are you deceiving him, by the way? Please roll deception if you are.
I'm totally deceiving him.
Yeah, I thought you were. And Leon, I get you. We'll stop in just a sec. I got you.
Oh, fuck.
So no matter what he rolls, well, actually, let's see. Are you sure you're talking about the same ferry as that one, friend? I don't got no notes coming across tonight or any other night. You sure you ain't lost? He's looking pretty suspiciously at you now.
You want to say this is the time of explosions for comedic convenience?
Absolutely. Right about now. He's going to turn around and be like, oh, oh. And now the night is lit up with fire and brimstone. And so you will actually have peeking over his shoulder while he turned to answer your question, will have seen the arrow and then the fire start. But he won't have noticed any of that as he turned around to talk to you. And then it will be the explosions as they actually cook off that get him to notice. So, yes.
I tried to set myself up as a little bit less suspicious. I've now made myself incredibly suspicious.
He's now looking around and like looks at you and is like, "What? How? Did you know about this?"
I don't have to deceive to look shocked. I wasn't expecting an explosion.
He can clearly read your face that you are shocked, and just turns and puts his head in he puts his hands up, like shocked, like looking at the flaming wreck, and is like, "Lord Earl," and he runs back towards the Lord Earl lands. I mean, you're on them right now because it's his ferry and stuff, but he runs back and apparently is going to look for help. So yeah, we'll go ahead and call it here as the party deals with the consequences of the explosive actions that they have unleashed.
Yeah.
Stakeout.
Woo!
Stakeout.
This got violent so fast.
Don't
Yeah.
Suspicious.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
how
be
are any of you
suspicious.
supposed to know that explosives were involved or even available? Mortimer was only captured for 4 years. I mean, so anyways, I'm going to go ahead and hit stop recording now.